More than 7 months passed. In Han Fei's origin sea. Crack. Boom. A sea-quelling bizarre treasure-level hammer was completely destroyed in Han Fei's hand. Bah. Han Fei spat and put away the broken sea-quelling bizarre treasure hammer. Anyway, after he tempered it with the demon purification pot and added some new materials, a new hammer would be refined. The old turtle said, "This is the 5th sea-quelling bizarre treasure level hammer you have broken in the past dozen years. With the consumption of forging 5 hammers, you can throw the gravity origin magnet into the calabash to forge it." Han Fei shook his head and looked at the gravity origin magnet in front of him. That had at least 30% of its impurities removed. There's no need. In the past dozen years, I haven't really been forging. I've been cultivating. Old man. Taiyuan is known as the strongest body refiner in the raging sea. Heh, if we were in the same realm, I could have hammered him to death now. Besides, this gravity origin magnet is too heavy and inconvenient to use. It's not bad for forging. The old turtle said, "If you have the time to temper your body, you might as well think about how to study your great Tao. Your origin great Tao can only increase your strength less than 2 times now." Han Fei said, "I've got some clues now. I'll explore it a few more times when I'm free." "Oh, is it getting closer and closer to the opening of the monarch palace?" The old turtle said, "There are still 3 months in the outside world." Han Fei twisted his body and scanned the origin sea with his perception, only to see that Xia Xiaochan was cultivating on the ice snow lotus throne on a snow mountain. "Girl. It's about time. We should go out." Xia Xiaochan slowly opened her eyes and got up. "It took me more than a decade to expand my origin sea by only more than 2,000 kilometers. My origin sea is still smaller than 8,000 kilometers now. How can it be as easy as you say?" Han Fei said with a smile, "Be content. Ask Tang Yan and Chao Tianji how big their origin seas are. Even Queen Life's origin sea is not as big as yours. And in a dozen years, you have expanded it by more than 2,000 kilometers. It's already not bad." Xia Xiaochan curled her lips and said, "My origin sea is bigger than theirs. Because the heavenly tribulation I transcended was stronger and I consumed more resources. Alas. Forget it. It seems that ascetic cultivation is not a long-term solution. It's indeed time to go out. Yin-Yang world." When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan came out, they found that only Queen Life was there. The others, including Zhang Xuanyu and the others, had run away. God knew where they went. However, they should still be within a few million kilometers. After all, the seaborne prairie was no larger than 8 million kilometers. It was not easy to get lost in this range. They must have gone to the vicinity to gain experience or search for treasures. One of the benefits of the seaborne prairie was that it had abundant resources. Those venerables wouldn't compete with ordinary people for resources, so they needed to expand their territory. As for Queen Life, she was quiet and didn't like to fight. Besides, Han Fei scanned around with his perception and saw an acquaintance. Queen Life had found the original body of the water immortal, who was cultivating with Bai Suzhen now. Han Fei was lost for words. How much did Mu Wuhua like to be a teacher? Seeing that she couldn't find anyone, Xia Xiaochan said, "Fortunately, no one is here." Han Fei said, "They should have gone to the surrounding area to hunt for treasures." the yin-yang world and the waterwood world have been established. Here for too short a time and have a lot of things to do. As strong masters, it's normal for them to explore the surrounding area. Why don't you go find them and bring them back? Xiao Xiaochan was puzzled. Then what are you going to do? Han Fei smiled. Before I explore the monarch palace, I need to improve my technique. The effect of the 7th level of void fishing, void descending, was just ordinary to Han Fei. Even now, the range of the void descending technique couldn't exceed the entire seaborne prairie. The only good thing was that Han Fei could now summon 4 king projections. Perhaps this was the most powerful part of the void descending art. If it were an ordinary projection, it would either only exist for a short period of time, or it wouldn't be so many. It was rare that one could project 4 king-level projections at the same time like Han Fei. Han Fei suspected that no one else could do such a thing in the raging sea. Of course, although it was good that the king-level projections could exist forever, projecting them would weaken the power of the original body. This was an indisputable fact. Therefore, for Han Fei, the void descending technique was relatively useless. Perhaps it would be better after he reached the sky-opening realm. Now, he was already a rare powerhouse in the sea establishment realm, and he hadn't cultivated the 8th level of void fishing since he found it in the supreme mystic world. The main reason was that he was too weak at that time, so it was not easy for him to cultivate it. But now, Han Fei felt that he was strong enough. He looked at his information to confirm it again. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 95, Sea Establishment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 980,006th. Chaotic Chi, 31,011 wisps. Spiritual Power, 8, 066, 65. Perception Range, 850,000 kilometers. Strength, 2, 902, 65 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, unknown. Second Spiritual Heritage, unknown. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, level 88. Second Spiritual Beast, Emperor Sparrow, level 91. Main Art, the 7th level of Void Fishing, Void Descending Art, King level. Divine Quality. Now, even with pure strength, there were very few people in the entire raging sea who could resist him head-on. If he activated the Great Tao, activated the Invincible Eye, and used the Dharma Idol, Han Fei believed that he could at least withstand one or more attacks of a sky opening realm cultivator. Han Fei was very satisfied with his growth. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was his research on his origin Great Tao. Originally, if he could comprehend what the origin Great Tao was at a deeper level, once the Great Tao was activated, Han Fei was confident that he could fight a sky-opening realm powerhouse. But some things couldn't be figured out even if he racked his brains if he didn't find the knack. At this moment, he asked Xiao Xiaochan to find the others and found an empty place. With a thought, he held the void fishing technique that he hadn't looked at for a long time. When Han Fei immersed his perception into the book and read it, he was stunned. Hiss. Time fishing technique? In theory, the time fishing technique should be a sky-opening realm technique, so when he was in the Venerable Realm, although Han Fei got it, he didn't look at it. Now that he felt that he could unleash a sky-opening realm blow, and had to go to the Monarch Palace, he remembered it and wanted to upgrade his technique. But it seemed that this technique was a bit exaggerated. This was because from the cultivation information of this technique, it turned out to be a technique To fish in time. When Han Fei saw how the technique worked, he was shocked to find that this technique could not only break the river of time, but also fish for specific things in time. Han Fei knew the great Tao of time himself, but the 8th level of the void fishing technique was a technique specifically for the great Tao of time. It could break into the river of time and fish whatever one wanted from history. However, the longer the time, the more difficult it was, and the lower the success rate. However, what Han Fei knew was that it was impossible for ordinary people or with ordinary means to break through time. For example, the only thing on him that was not afraid of the power of time was the blade of hope, which could ignore the existence of time. However, the time fishing technique could resist the power of the river of time through a strange mechanism. And being able to resist the power of the river of time meant that by cultivating this technique, his original body could actually step into the river of time. Of course, like fishing, it was still a mystery how far he could cross. However, this meant that he had the ability to enter the river of time for a longer time. As for time fishing, it was still a bit mysterious. Han Fei planned to try it first. However, this time, there was no need to deduce the time fishing technique. Han Fei felt that if he just cultivated it, he wouldn't need to experience the baptism of lightning tribulation. Therefore, he didn't take it seriously and began to circulate his technique. However, at the beginning, there was no problem, but the way the technique operated was a little strange. It turned out to be a reverse circulation. In an instant, it triggered the other levels of the void fishing technique that Han Fei had once learned. Instantly, all the cultivation techniques in his body circulated in an abnormal form. Even the current Han Fei felt a strong stabbing pain in his meridians, and his body was convulsing because of the reversal. But fortunately, his current strength was enough to deal with all this. Rumble. Rumble. When he finished operating the technique in his body, he saw thunder rumbling in the sky, clouds gathering, and heavy rain falling. Boom. Without giving Han Fei much time to think, a shocking bolt of lightning struck down at Han Fei. Even though Han Fei was already at the mid-level of the sea establishment realm and his strength might have reached a terrifying level, he still staggered. Wait, does it have nothing to do with deduction? Han Fei was shocked. He suddenly had an inexplicable guess. Last time, he was struck when he deduced the technique, but this time, he was struck by lightning when he was cultivating it. Why? Is it because lightning will strike as soon as the technique appears? Han Fei felt that it was very likely so. The Great Tao here didn't allow such a powerful technique to exist. However, a mere lightning bolt couldn't hurt him now. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Inyang millstone." Boom. 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 Han Fei didn't expect to be struck by lightning, so he wasn't prepared. However, with Han Fei's current physique, the seemingly terrifying lightning not only failed to injure him, but also sent him extremely pure lightning power. After being absorbed by the Inyang millstone, the power of lightning turned into purer power that seemed to have the power of Tao runes. It swept through his body, and the tempering effect on his flesh and soul made Han Fei feel dizzy. As it happened, this pure power could help him easily break through this complicated reversal, one cycle after another. This was because in the lightning baptism, Han Fei didn't need a massive amount of energy to temper his body like before, nor did he have to risk his life to withstand it. Therefore, this time, Han Fei simply took advantage of the operation of the Technique to see how to fish and how far he could fish with the so-called time. Fishing technique. Han Fei had a bold guess. Could he fish out some ultra-quality divine pills or some ultra-quality spiritual fruits that even he wanted? Because this needed to be done through the river of time, Han Fei certainly wouldn't grab it with his hands. This was why it was called the time fishing technique. Only then did Han Fei take out the fishing hook that he hadn't used for many years and throw it out with the power born from the reversal. The moment the fishing hook was thrown out, a small blue light hole appeared not far away from Han Fei. Han Fei wanted to fish out a level 7 soul-subduing pill. When he felt resistance from his hand, his eyes lit up. Do I really fish it? He suddenly retracted his fishing rod and pulled out a red pill from the blue hole. Because of the strange spiritual energy produced by the reversal, the thing he pulled over wasn't damaged or expired. F***CK. Can I really catch one? The old turtle was confused and couldn't help asking, where did this pill come from? Han Fei said, I'll tell you when I figure it out. Han Fei stuffed the soul-subduing pill into his mouth without hesitation. Although it was a soul-subduing pill, this pill could nourish the soul and tranquilize the soul. Not only could it resist soul attacks, but it could also help him quickly comprehend the Tao. After Han Fei finished eating, almost immediately, he felt that his soul was refreshed. This made his eyes widen. Useful? This is really useful. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. If this could be done, wouldn't he be able to keep fishing and eating pills? When Han Fei tried again but failed, he realized that although this was something from the river of time, the time node of his existence was fixed. It seemed that he could only fish once. Han Fei tried a few more times, but still failed to catch any. He wondered if the soul-suppressing pill no longer existed after he finished fishing the things on that node. Han Fei couldn't help but think, if I catch the things of the past, will the things of the present disappear? Han Fei thought of something familiar that he had obtained but hadn't used yet, and then his heart stirred. He threw the fishing pole again and retracted it when he felt resistance. This series of actions was done in one go as skillfully as fishing. However, this time, when he hooked his fishing pole over, he caught nothing. Didn't catch anything? Han Fei tried again, but didn't catch anything. After trying 5 times, Han Fei finally dragged back an earthen yellow crystal with his fishing hook. It was the mystic yellow stone that Han Fei had once obtained from the land of King Death. He had basically used most of the other resources he could use. This mystic yellow stone could be used as the key to open the mystic yellow stone, so Han Fei certainly wouldn't use it. Han Fei grabbed the mystic yellow stone and scanned his origin sea with his perception, only to find that none of the 13 mystic yellow stones in the origin sea was missing. Hiss. The two can exist at the same time? While Han Fei was overjoyed, he suddenly sensed someone. He scanned around with his perception and found that it was Tang Yin. Han Fei didn't want others to see him cultivating, so he put away his fishing pole and sat cross-legged to be struck by lightning. When Tang Yin arrived, he was relieved to see that it was Han Fei. However, when he saw the endless lightning smashing at Han Fei, he was speechless. This scene looked familiar. When Han Fei was still a hidden fisher, outside the Scattered Stars Island, he seemed to be struck by lightning because of some technique. At that time, Tang Yin was curious and controlled the cloud whale to approach and give Han Fei a ride. Now it seemed that the technique Han Fei practiced was extremely powerful and had been used all the way to the sea establishment realm. Seeing that Han Fei was unguarded, Tang Yan thought that since he was already here, he might as well guard him for a while. Han Fei was speechless. Why do I need you to guard me? You're really looking for trouble. Now I have to cultivate hard. However, the lightning lasted too long and was too powerful. After a while, Jing'er, Bear Handsome, and even Xiao Shaochan and the others arrived. In such a short time, Xiao Shaochan hadn't had the time to find all of them. But Han Fei's cultivation technique attracted many people. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but say, "Oh." Being struck again? Luo Xiaobai said, "Shut up." Luo Xiaobai was smart enough to know that there must be a secret behind the lightning strike. Han Fei had always been struck by lightning since he was young. It would be strange if there was no secret behind it. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang looked at each other and shut their mouths. However, Lu Renquang couldn't help but look at Xiao Shaochan as if to say that Xiao Shaochan must know it. He had always felt the lightning strike was strange since he was young, but now it seemed that only Xiao Shaochan knew this secret. Seeing the eyes of Lu Renquang and the others, Xiao Shaochan was lost for words. I don't know anything either. I was struck from head to toe and couldn't move at all. This was because Han Fei hadn't run very far in the first place, and the time fishing technique this time was theoretically targeted at the sky opening realm. He could cultivate it now, because his physique was extremely strong. Besides, the power of lightning was probably just because the heavenly Tao didn't tolerate the appearance of the technique, so the lightning struck down. The great Tao here probably had the mentality of trying to kill him, but it was alright if it couldn't kill him. However, the noise was still too loud. It would probably attract everyone over. Later. Finally, after Han Fei pretended for about half an hour, the lightning became less and less, and it seemed that it was about to dissipate. However, Han Fei was surprised to find that the effect of the soul-suppressing pill was gone. Not only was the effect of the soul-suppressing pill gone, but the power contained in the mystic yellow stone had almost disappeared and cracks had already appeared on it. Huh? Time fishing is time-based? However, when Han Fei found that the soul-suppressing pill and the mystic Yellowstone became useless, he wasn't very sad. Instead, he was relieved. How could there be such a terrifying technique as the time-fishing technique in this world? If everything could be caught from the river of time, wouldn't there be endless resources? However, even so, Han Fei still thought that if it were under special circumstances, how could a resource like the soul-subduing pill be consumed in half an hour? After all, when transcending the tribulation, it might only take a few seconds for its power to be exhausted. Although Han Fei still wanted to try the time-fishing technique, there were too many people around. He might as well try it when no one was around. Han Fei suddenly rose, shattered some milky impurities on his body, and then looked at the crowd. Why are you guys here? Tang Yan said, the weather is abnormal, and the surrounding spiritual energy is flowing here crazily, so I came to take a look. Jing'er said, we're guarding you. Many people looked at Jing'er. With the rumbling lightning just now, there was no need for them to guard him. Even if there were kings hiding in ambush around, they might not dare to go up to resist the lightning. Han Fei thought for a moment and said, since you're all here, gather all the half-kings of your races later. We have something important to discuss. Everyone knew what was going on. When Xiao Shaochan came out, they knew that Han Fei must have come out too. And Han Fei coming out meant that the monarch palace was about to open. Although the people here didn't know what kind of place the monarch palace was, and how many opportunities there were in it, they knew that it was very dangerous in the monarch palace, so they had to be careful. Bear Handsome laughed. Then I'll go back first. Serpent Mangue and the others have been waiting for this day eagerly. Luo Xiaobai and the others were all shocked. It had been decades since Han Fei had led them to the raging sea, and Han Fei had been using all kinds of resources on them. They were at least advanced venerables now. More than half of them had already broken through to the half-king realm in this year. 2 hours passed. Thousand Star City, Central, Holy City. From the Demon Beast Union, the Forest of Terror, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, and the Yinyang world, a total of 43 half-kings, including Song Kaiyuan and the others, were all gathered here. This didn't include Ren Tianfei. This old guy had recovered his strength quite quickly these years, so it was only a matter of time before he became a king again. And once Ren Tianfei became a king, his strength would definitely not be weak, so Han Fei didn't call him this time. In addition to these half-kings, Queen Life and the others were also here. Han Fei stood on the tower and said solemnly, "You should know what I'm going to say. I called you here today to see how many people don't intend to go. I'll also tell you very clearly that according to the information I know, the probability of death in the Monarch Palace is about 90%. In other words, it's really a place of death. Because of the exploration in the past tens of thousands of years, all the relatively safe opportunities in the periphery of the Monarch Palace have been taken. Those who haven't been taken are very dangerous. Therefore, it's entirely up to you whether to stay or go." Zhang Xuanyu said, "We'll definitely go there. It'll be boring for you to explore the secret realm alone, won't it?" The Insect King stepped forward. "I've found my Tao. I've waited too long for this opportunity." Serpent Mangue said, "I've been training for so long and suppressing my cultivation every day. I've been waiting for today." Ziluo said, "When we reach the raging sea, I think sea establishment is not the end of my road. I must go to the Monarch Palace." None of the people who came to the raging sea with Han Fei were going to flinch. From the moment they entered the raging sea, Han Fei had already told them their purpose of training. Didn't they cultivate almost tirelessly to this day? Just to go to the Monarch Palace? This meant that Han Fei had already placed the opportunity in front of him. Although they might die, so what? If they took a risk, they would have a chance to become a king. Becoming a king. That was something many people had never thought of in their lives. Back then, a fake king-level black evil conch king had terrified countless people. In history, many people had chosen to break through to the sea establishment realm in the Yinyang world and the cage. At this moment, how could they flinch? However, not everyone among these people wanted to take the risk. For example, the Sea Bamboo Man from the Forest of Terror said, "Master Human King, I'm too old. Although I think I'm not weak, I'm afraid I can't keep up with the half-kings in the raging sea. Therefore, I'll just stay at home." A few insect queens said, "Master Human King, after we adapt to the new environment, we find that the raging sea can let us shed our shells again to increase our bloodline and life potential. We want to continue to accumulate strength." On the Demon Beast Union's side, Golden Tiger shouted, "We're not afraid. Anyway, we'll die sooner or later. If we don't fight now, when will we? When I return as a king and cultivate for tens of thousands of years, I might be able to reach the sky-opening realm. We didn't even dare to think about it before. Elephant dun dun, old Golden is right. I didn't even dare to think about such an opportunity when I was in the cage. How can I miss it? Tianjiu said, if I go, I will definitely become a king. Everyone from the Demon Beast Union was going, but the Forest of Terror was much more conservative. There were only Ziluo and the Void Vine who would be going. As for the Void Vine, it hadn't broken through to the Half-King realm and was only at the peak of the Venerable realm. However, because of its special characteristics, its survivability was extremely strong, so it was prepared to take a risk this time. In the end, Han Fei glanced around and saw only 32 people left. In other words, 11 people didn't intend to go to the Monarch Palace, but this was what Han Fei expected. Originally, the people from the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world had only come to the Raging Sea for less than a year, and not many of them had grown up. Those who had great potential had been taken away by him to the Raging Sea to gain experience, so those who chose to stay now, although they had become half-kings, were either old people like the Sea Bamboo Man or Queen's Insect who could continue to become stronger here. Han Fei didn't dwell on this question. With swishes, he threw out an ancient object to each of them. Some were incomplete weapons, some were rotten wood, and some were stones. They were all things that had once existed in the Monarch Palace. Han Fei said, these things have the aura of the Monarch Palace. They are all the keys to enter the Monarch Palace. Keep them. We'll set off in the next few days. At this moment, Song Kaiyuan cupped his hands and said, Master Human King, are you free later? Han Fei nodded slightly. You guys stay. The others can disperse first. With that, Han Fei looked at Queen Life and the others. You guys stay too. A moment later, after the others left, Han Fei looked at Song Kaiyuan and the others, and said, the Supreme Clearness World is suppressing your 4 palaces in order to cut off your path to becoming kings. I can only try, but I'm not competent. Otherwise, the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world wouldn't be hiding here. I've already conquered the Infinity World and the Supreme Clearness World. I'll make arrangements in the next 2 days. You just need to wait for news. Go back first. Song Kaiyuan cupped his hands. Thank you, Human King. As early as when Han Fei faced the kings and several sky openers alone and saved the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world, Song Kaiyuan and the others knew that Han Fei could not be described simply as the so-called heavenly talent. It required luck, potential, opportunities, talent, and other characteristics to have an extremely low chance to become a person like Han Fei. After Song Kaiyuan and the others left, Han Fei said to Queen Life and the others, if my guess is correct, I won't be the only king going to the Monarch Palace this time. There are too many old kings in the Raging Sea, including from the 36 mystic worlds, 100 demons, undersea humans, and even the Merman royal family. For tens of thousands of years, many people became kings nearly 100,000 years ago. Even if some of them died, this number is probably half 100. But you are different. You have just entered the sea establishment realm and still have tens of thousands of years to live. My suggestion is that you'd better not go. Jing'er was surprised. Then won't you be targeted if you go alone? Han Fei said with a smile, how many people in the sea establishment realm do you think can do anything to me? Besides, it's not like our yin-yang world doesn't have any allies. More importantly, your strength is still too weak. Without resources for a long time, even if you become kings, your strength won't be too strong. If you go to the monarch palace now, it's basically equivalent to suicide. The probability of a king dying is not much lower than a half-king. Bear handsome, so, if we go in, I'm afraid it won't be easy for any of us to survive. If that's the case, old bear, haven't lived long enough. I'm not going. Jing'er said, I'm not going either. Who will want to seek death? Tang Yen, Chao Tianji, and Queen Life also shook their heads. Even for Queen Life, the path to becoming a king had just begun. She had never reincarnated before, so she still had a lot of time. In the temple in the central holy city, Ren Tianfei was extremely distressed. Should I go or not? If I don't go, I'll return to the sea establishment realm in 10 years at most. If I go, with my physique, I should be able to come out alive. However, I've lived for too long. Why don't I go there to have a try? As soon as Han Fei persuaded Tang Yen and the others, he heard Ren Tianfei muttering. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, you're about to become a king, and your strength is at least among the tops in the raging sea. Why are you going there? Ren Tianfei said, I'm not becoming a king, I'm recovering. My lifespan is about to end. I only have 10,000 years at most. Why don't I make a bet? Han Fei said, don't you know what it's like in the monarch palace? Do you think it's necessary? If you go, it might not even be 10,000 years. If you don't go, you still have 10,000 years. If I can open the sky and achieve longevity, you might have a chance to become an emperor. The more Han Fei said so, the more determined Ren Tianfei was. He immediately got up and said, no, I have to go too. Now that you have reached the sea establishment realm and can escape from the hands of sky-opening realm cultivators, how can I lag behind? I have to carve out my own path and can't just idle around. Yes. I have to go too. Han Fei curled his lips. I wanted to teach you the purity mystic body, but you refused. If you accept it, you will definitely make rapid progress in the sea establishment realm. Ren Tianfei shook his head. What I want to walk is my own. Do you think all I have is the indestructible body? Since I've created this path, even if it's not strong now, this is my path. I have a feeling that after this technique, there will be more mysteries that I need to deduce. Needless to say, I have to go this time. Han Fei was speechless. You've already mastered the indestructible body. You can't cultivate it anymore. However, seeing that Ren Tianfei was so persistent, Han Fei didn't stop him. As he said, Ren Tianfei might not be the strongest in the sea establishment realm, but few half-kings could surpass him. Forbidden Island. After leaving the central holy city, Han Fei came here immediately. When Han Fei came, Golden Boy and Jade Girl who were in Death Valley had already noticed him. Except for Golden Boy, in fact, all the undead in the immortal city of the human race were here. Perhaps they also knew which force they represented and what was behind the undead, so when the yin-yang world and the waterwood world returned to the raging sea, they spontaneously gathered here. Han Fei glanced at the grassland and saw a deserted tomb through the array. Han Fei couldn't help sighing and came to Death Valley in a few steps. Senior. Zhao hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Golden Boy said, "Greetings, human king. Master might be teaching his disciple what he has learned in his life. That child is very lucky. You don't have to worry about him. Even if Master comes out of seclusion, he can't shake the current yin-yang world and waterwood world." Han Fei said, "Of course I know. It's just a pity that Senior Zhao is actually not dead, nor is he an undead creature. If he can regain consciousness, he will be the master of the dragon-subduing world again and restore his extraordinary strength." Golden Boy said, "Unfortunately, Master is too persistent." Han Fei said, "I can try, but whether it works or not depends on luck. By the way, why do all the undead gather here? Do you have nowhere to go?" Golden Boy shook his head slightly. "No, this Death Valley actually leads to a secret place. We didn't leave yet because we hope to leave after Master is freed." Han Fei looked back, only to see that patriarch thug, Li Daxian, had stepped onto this island. Han Fei couldn't help narrowing his eyes. "Patriarch, what are you doing?" Li Daxian said, "Han Fei, my body can't withstand the undead energy and has been corroded, but this made me stronger. Now, I can't change my fate of becoming an undead creature, so I can only be an undead creature forever." Han Fei couldn't help frowning. "No solution at all?" Li Daxian shook his head slightly. "Hee hee. Don't worry. Undead creatures are known to be undead. Maybe we'll meet again someday." Han Fei couldn't help looking at the dark passage in Death Valley, wondering where it led to. Was it the legendary Immortal Temple? Unfortunately, Han Fei knew that with his current strength, he wasn't qualified to solve these mysteries. He said, "Patriarch, don't worry. Pure Sundao Palace will eventually return." Undead creatures had always been a mystery, and this mystery might only be known when he entered the Void Temple and became an official disciple. Thinking about this now was too early. Patriarch thug, Li Daxian, had once suppressed the Thousand-Star City alone. He was a legend of an era. Although he was leaving, perhaps there was still a chance for them to meet again, so Han Fei wasn't sad. After Li Daxian entered the barrier, Han Fei said to Golden Boy, "I'm here to take Senior Zhao Shanglong to the dragon-subduing world. Do you have any objections?" Golden Boy grinned. "Of course not. I've guessed more than once what the current dragon-subduing world will be like. If Master sees the current dragon-subduing world, will he regain consciousness?" "Thank you, human king. If my Master recovers, Golden Boy will never forget your grace." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay." After speaking to Golden Boy, Han Fei went to the grassland. He had a purpose: to take Zhao Shanglong back to the dragon-subduing world. Now, the supreme clearness world had surrounded the four palaces of the Sword God with the Golden Crow world, the dragon-subduing world, and the dream-weaving world. Sha Jiming of the dream-weaving world had returned, and the Golden Crow world had long submitted to the supreme clearness world. Only the dragon-subduing world shouldn't be involved in this matter. At least, from what Han Fei knew after meeting the people from the dragon-subduing world, the people from the dragon-subduing world didn't have a good impression of supreme clearness and infinity. According to Song Kaiyuan's understanding, the dragon-subduing world was actually forced to do so. Although they had kings, they weren't strong enough. And because they didn't have sky openers, they couldn't resist supreme clearness and infinity at all. And because the dragon-subduing world wasn't weak, they would inevitably enter the vision of supreme clearness and Infinity. Who didn't want such a lackey? Therefore, it was still a mystery whether the dragon-subduing world really wanted to besiege the 4 palaces of the sword god. Therefore, Han Fei planned to take Zhao Shenlong to the dragon-subduing world. With his current strength, no one in the dragon-subduing world should be able to do anything to him. As for what would happen to Zhao Shenlong, it would depend on Zhao Shenlong's own luck. If he recovered his consciousness, he might affect the dragon-subduing world's attitude. Of course, if it was just to force the kings of the dragon-subduing world to return, it was actually not difficult, just like how he dealt with the dream-weaving world. Han Fei took Zhao Shenlong with him because he wanted to try to find another ally. On the grassland, Han Fei stood there, as if discovering a strong master had come. The deserted tomb appeared directly on the grassland, as if it was looking at Han Fei. Han Fei said, "Senior, I'm Han Fei. Do you want to go home?" "I'm talking about the dragon-subduing world." Buzz. A hole appeared in the deserted tomb. There was no telling if Zhao Shenlong was interested in Han Fei's words, but Han Fei just greeted him symbolically and said, "Senior, I'm going to break this array. Stay back." Seeing that there was no response from the deserted tomb, Han Fei extended his hand and pointed, and all great Daos in one sword burst out. As soon as this sword appeared, the periphery of the grassland appeared purple, and then a large amount of purple lightning tried to defeat all great Daos in one sword. However, the current Han Fei was no longer an ordinary venerable. And Han Fei's current attack, even without the power of his great Dao, was not easy to block. Ka ka ka. In the void, some inexplicable cracks appeared. On the grassland, the arrays were collapsing, and many pillars revealed their original forms. There were tent-like array buildings that were also full of cracks. Bang! 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 After about 5 seconds, almost the entire grassland collapsed, and the ground was cracking. Roar! In the deserted tomb, Zhao Shenlong seemed to realize something. The tomb suddenly opened, and the skinny figure burst out, punching at the almost broken array. Crack! Boom! Whoosh! The moment the array shattered, Zhao Shenlong opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy and energy within 1,000 kilometers were continuously gathering. Han Fei was not stingy. He casually threw out more than 100,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones and tens of thousands of spiritual fruits. Huff. Huff. Huff dash. Zhao Shenlong was swallowing crazily. His flesh and blood were growing at a visible speed, and Zhao Shenlong's momentum was constantly increasing. After only half an hour, Zhao Shenlong's Sea Establishment realm suppressing pressure was fully revealed. Cracking sounds erupted from his throat. After another half an hour, Zhao Shenlong turned into a brawny middle-aged man with a square, masculine face, slightly dark skin, and a murderous gaze. In the end, when he looked at Han Fei again, he seemed to recognize Han Fei and asked, "Dragon, where is the dragon?" Han Fei said casually, "The dragon is in the dragon-subduing world." When Zhao Shenlong heard the words dragon-subduing world, the suppressing pressure from him was getting heavier and heavier. With a thought, Han Fei raised his hand to block, and Zhao Shenlong punched towards him. Dragon subduing world, it's those beasts who destroyed my dragon-subduing world. Zhao Shenlong was delirious and attacked Han Fei, which made Han Fei speechless. Do I look like AF** King Dragon? However, at this moment, Zhao Shenlong's strength hadn't fully recovered, so He posed no threat to Han Fei at all, so Han Fei easily blocked this blow. However, just because Han Fei could block it didn't mean that this blow was weak. Zhao Xianglong had been trapped in the cage for too long. During this period, Zhao Xianglong basically hadn't eaten his fill and had basically starved himself to this point. Therefore, when Han Fei brought food to him, he was treated kindly and taught many great techniques, because Zhao Xianglong lacked energy. Now, Han Fei sensed the power of Zhao Xianglong's punch and found that he was at least in the top 30 of the sea establishment realm, and the void behind him exploded. Shoot, if this guy had been in the raging sea for 80,000 years, wouldn't he have become an emperor? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Although Zhao Xianglong posed no threat to him for the time being, he was definitely not weak. Han Fei estimated that when Zhao Xianglong fully recovered, he might have a chance to enter the top 10 of the raging sea. But at this moment, Han Fei didn't move at all. Instead, he shook Zhao Xianglong back and said, "The dragon-subduing world has risen again. The crisis brought about by the dragon race has been resolved. Don't you want to go back and see your people?" When Zhao Xianglong heard this, the fist mark that was about to attack was stopped in midair and then gradually retracted. His eyes finally returned to some peace. "Dragon subduing, peace, peace?" Han Fei said, "We'll know if it has been pacified or not after we take a look. But as far as I know, although the dragon-subduing world has been pacified and resolved the problem of the dragon race, it is suppressed by the supreme clearness world and the infinity world now." Supreme clearness. Infinity. Seeing that Zhao Xiang's eyes were about to turn red, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Huh? Senior, is this your disciple?" Han Fei reached out and tried to pull the boy out, but Zhao Xianglong hurriedly slashed out and shattered Han Fei's hand. Then he reached out and pulled the boy out. Zhao Xianglong suddenly looked at Han Fei and growled as if warning him. Wang Hai looked at Han Fei in surprise and then at Zhao Xianglong, who was no longer a mummy. He didn't know what was going on. Was his teacher fighting with this young strong master? At this time, not far behind Han Fei, Golden Boy and the others had also rushed to the grassland. Not far away, Golden Boy and the others knelt on one knee. "Master, you're finally back." Zhao Xianglong seemed to be thinking for a long time. No one knew how he remembered. After more than 10 seconds, he asked, "Golden Boy?" Golden Boy was overjoyed. "Master, it's me. You've been trapped here for 80,000 years. You have to go home. I heard that the dragon-subduing world still exists." Zhao Xianglong seemed to have a headache. He grabbed his hair and kept pulling it. "Are you dead?" Golden Boy smiled bitterly. "Master, we are not kings. We couldn't survive." Roar. Seeing that Zhao Xianglong's breath was unstable, Han Fei took out a pill. Reluctantly. This was a soul-subduing pill. He had given Xia Xiaochan 3 of them, and now there were only 2 left. He didn't expect that he would have to give out another one now. Han Fei thought to himself, if there weren't so many people here, I could have caught a fake one to feed Zhao Xianglong. 18. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior, this pill can relieve your headache. It's a 7th grade divine pill from the Medicine King world. Try it." When he threw the pill to Zhao Xianglong, the latter was not stupid. He could tell the quality of the pill. As if knowing that the effect of this pill was extraordinary, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. In fact, Zhao Shanlong had been starving all these years. He didn't even dare to think about a level 7 divine pill. How could he, a delirious king, let go of such a high-level thing so easily? Therefore, after this mouthful, the killing intent on Zhao Shanlong's body quickly settled down, and a normal color began to appear in his eyes. Zhao Shanlong went crazy because he was too hungry, and he was trapped here by the azure dragon and got too angry. However, he was a king after all. When his chaotic thoughts were suppressed, his consciousness would naturally return. After a full minute, Zhao Shanlong opened his eyes again, looked around, and then looked down at himself. Where am I? Golden boy, have you switched to undead creatures? Where is the azure dragon? Han Fei retreated, giving Zhao Shanlong and Golden Boy time to talk. However, he didn't know how long a soul-suppressing pill could last. He hoped that Zhao Shanlong's consciousness could return. Then it wouldn't be a waste of his effort to save him. 1. An hour later. With Golden Boy's explanation and the increasing effect of the soul suppressing pill, Zhao Shanlong roughly understood what was going on. Although his brain wasn't working so fast yet, at least he wasn't delirious anymore. After all, the soul-suppressing pill was a 7th-grade divine pill. In the raging sea, it was a peerless treasure. If even this couldn't wake Zhao Shanlong up for a moment, this guy was probably hopeless. After hearing Golden Boy's explanation, Zhao Shanlong cupped his hands at Han Fei. Thank you, brother. I'll remember your kindness. Han Fei couldn't help taking a long breath. Senior, don't call me brother. You are tens of thousands of years older than me. Zhao Shanlong seemed to be sober at this moment, and he immediately said, No, we are both in the sea establishment realm, so we should treat each other as equals. Besides, you are now the master of the Yin-Yang world, so we should address each other as equals. Brother Han, I already know the cause and effect. I know that I may only be temporarily sober, and it may take time for me to recover. In that case, while I am still sober, if Brother Han has anything to say, please tell me quickly. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Wasn't the effect of this soul-suppressing pill too good? It actually woke up Zhao Xianlong, who had been crazy for tens of thousands of years. Han Fei immediately grinned. In that case, Brother Zhao, please follow me to the dragon-subduing world. Han Fei had planned to release Zhao Shanlong and trick him into going to the dragon-subduing world. But now it seemed that he had thought too much. After all, a sea establisher was still a sea establisher. Even if he fell into madness, under the effect of the divine pill, his recovery and acceptance ability were still extremely strong. Although Han Fei didn't know if the soul-subduing pill could heal Zhao Shanlong, it would be fine as long as nothing went wrong recently. Dragon-subduing world. This was an extremely special one among the 36 heavenly palaces. No one was willing to take the initiative to deal with the dragon-subduing world, because the dragon-subduing world had been fighting the dragon race. For the raging sea, if the dragon-subduing world didn't resist the mysterious dragon race, it might cause serious consequences. Anyway, the people from the dragon-subduing world were experienced in slaying dragons, so under normal circumstances, they wouldn't make things difficult for the people from the dragon-subduing world. At this moment, Han Fei and Zhao Shanlong had just arrived in the dragon-subduing world. Instead of barging in, they hid their strength and took a look at the current dragon-subduing world. However, as soon as they came here, both Han Fei and Zhao Shanlong were fascinated. It turned out that there was a huge vortex above the dragon-subduing world. Obviously, it was an entrance. As for where it led, Han Fei didn't know. Zhao Shanglong said, "Huh? Is this the dragon domain? Why is the entrance of the dragon domain in the dragon-subduing world?" Han Fei was lost for words. "You don't know?" Zhao Shanglong shook his head. "When I left, the dragon domain had just appeared. This seems to be a battlefield that runs through the dragon-subduing world and the dragon race. I thought it was a place to capture dragons, so at the beginning, we captured many dragons from it. Later, when the dragon domain erupted, sea establishers surged out and slaughtered wantonly. After hunting many azure dragons, I didn't return to the dragon-subduing world." Han Fei had seen some pictures on the grassland, which must have been specially recorded by Zhao Shanglong. Back then, during the battle between the people of the dragon-subduing world and the dragon race, there were heavy casualties. The main city was about to collapse, and billions of creatures died. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Shanglong slaughtered dragons like crazy. Of course, perhaps it was Zhao Shanglong's dragon-slaying technique that saved the dragon-subduing world and laid the foundation for its recovery. Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong looked at each other. Zhao Shanglong was puzzled for a moment and decided to ask someone. He didn't quite understand the current dragon-subduing world. After all, Zhao Shanglong was once the master of the dragon-subduing world. He didn't want to mess with the kings of the dragon-subduing world the moment he returned home. If Han Fei were alone, he might have started fighting. Then it would probably be another robbery. For Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong, it was too easy to find someone. Han Fei directly used the void lines, and a venerable took the initiative to find them. Zhao Shanglong glanced at Han Fei. "Brother Han, is this a soul-controlling technique?" Han Fei said, "Sort of, but not dangerous. He will be safe." The person controlled by Han Fei was a young man. When Han Fei looked at this person, he saw that the young man's pupils were dilated. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't speak now, he would have exclaimed. Han Fei said, "I'll let you go, but don't shout. You should know that it's impossible for you to escape from me." As Han Fei let go, the young man immediately said with a black face, "Demon Han, I won't say anything. The dragon-subduing world is not the dream-weaving world where you can trample as you please." With that, the young man tried to blow himself up. Han Fei speechlessly slapped his shoulder, making him stagger. The power he had just accumulated was instantly shattered. Zhao Shanglong couldn't help but look at Han Fei in surprise. "Demon Han? This name?" Han Fei said indifferently, "You want to blow yourself up in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Answer whatever I ask you next. Otherwise, I might really come to cause trouble for your dragon-subduing world." Seeing that he couldn't even blow himself up, the man didn't know what to do. Only then did he notice Zhao Shanglong beside him. However, when he saw Zhao Shanglong, he immediately flew into a rage. "Hey! Demon Han, do you really think I, Zhao Feiyu, am a coward? Not only do you want to conquer the dragon subduing world, but you also pretend to be our ancestor. You're too much. Even if I die today, I won't say a word to you." Han Fei looked at Zhao Shanglong in surprise, and then at Zhao Feiyu. "Do you know him?" Zhao Feiyu snorted. "Of course. Our ancestor was the first master of the dragon-subduing world, the first dragon slayer. He once saved tens of thousands of people from fire and water, attacked the dragon domain, comprehended Mystic Yellow, and created the Mystic Yellow Dragon, slaying Tao. Who doesn't know that? Now, our ancestors' statues are still standing on the islands of Dragon City. How dare you use our ancestors' face to deceive us? You're too much. Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong looked at each other. When they came, in order to avoid being discovered immediately, they didn't perceive the entire city. Now that Zhao Feiyu said that, Han Fei felt that Zhao Shanglong seemed to be quite famous. He had thought that no one would remember him after he left for 80,000 years, but he didn't expect that there were still statues of him everywhere. Then he found that Zhao Shanglong's face was red and he seemed a little guilty. Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that Zhao Shanglong made the dragon domain thing, right? Good lord, ordinary people don't know that and treat him as a hero, but only Zhao Shanglong knows that although he tried his best to make up for it, he still couldn't save the lives of billions of people in the dragon-subduing world. Han Fei couldn't help but say, Old Zhao, you didn't do those things on purpose. I think you should be more optimistic. Look, isn't the dragon subduing world fine now? Zhao Shanglong sighed. Alas. With that said, Zhao Shanglong looked at Zhao Feiyu and said, tell me, why did the dragon domain appear in the outside world? And why did the entrance become so big? Wasn't the entrance to the dragon domain sealed into the heavenly palace? Zhao Yufei couldn't believe that they didn't know what even a few-year-old child knew. He said, the second patriarch of our Zhao family, Zhao Zilong. Pfft. Han Fei burst into titter and asked, do you know Guan Yu? Zhao Feiyu frowned. No. Han Fei asked, what about Liu Bei? Zhao Feiyu said, I don't know him. Let me tell you, our second patriarch is still alive. In the entire raging CC, our second patriarch is ranked third, only after Yun Tianhe of the Infinity World and Chen Fenghua of the Chaos World. He is several times stronger than Wan Qingling, who was killed by you. Zhao Shanglong couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Brother Han killed Wan Qingling? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Why, does brother Zhao know her? Zhao Shanglong nodded slightly. This woman is not weak, but her comprehension ability is a little low. I didn't expect her to have died. Seeing the two of them putting on an act in front of him, Zhao Feiyu said. Also, our dragon-subduing world is different from the dream-weaving world. We don't rely on supreme clearness and infinity. Therefore, we actually have no grudge with your yin-yang world. Zhao Feiyu didn't want to die. He didn't want Han Fei to cause trouble. Of course, he knew that Han Fei's purpose was probably to threaten their strong masters besieging the four palaces of the Sword God to return. Therefore, he wanted to ease the relationship with Han Fei first and express that they were actually not enemies. However, what he didn't know was that Han Fei didn't intend to attack the dragon-subduing world in the first place. Han Fei couldn't help but say, let's talk about it when your master comes back. However, Zhao Feiyu immediately said, our palace master is right in the city. To prevent what happened to the dream-weaving world from happening again. Huh? Zhao Shanglong's eyes lit up. You said that Zilong is in the city? Zhao Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. This liar's eyes are so bright. It's over. He came with Han Fei, which means that he's not weak. I heard that Han Fei betrayed the human race. Is he a strong master of the Merman royal family? Are they here to hunt second patriarch? Han Fei said, take us to see the second patriarch of the dragon-subduing world. Zhao Feiyu said, that's impossible. Roar. Zhao Feiyu's soul was controlled again, and then Han Fei said, the Zhao family is the dragon-slaying holy land in the middle of Dragon City. The dragon-slaying holy land. In the dragon-subduing world, only the Zhao family could live in the dragon-slaying holy land. In the eyes of others, one of the Zhao brothers had repelled a strong enemy from the dragon domain, and the other had defended the dragon-subduing world. This situation was exactly the same as the Nine-Palace world. When old Han entered the wild abyss, he left Han Xian alone to carry half of the main city and the heavenly palace to escape. In the end, Han Xian successfully guarded the Nine-Palace world. Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. It seemed that in old Han's era, there were many brothers who became strong together. Originally, Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong's plan was not like this. They wanted to think of a way to get the people of the dragon-subduing world back from the Sword God world. But now, Zhao Shanglong returned when Zhao Zilong happened to be here. This timing was perfect. But Han Fei still reminded him, old Zhao, are you sure your brother can still recognize you? You haven't seen each other for so long. Hey, were you close before? Zhao Shanglong said, I trust Zilong. Back then, forget it. Let's go first. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He wouldn't run to someone else's home for no reason. Therefore, his black mist body quietly left, and his white mist body followed Zhao Shanglong. Anyway, with Han Fei's current strength, even his clone was very powerful. No one would find anything wrong. A moment later, Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong took Zhao Feiyu to the periphery of the dragon-slaying holy land. The so-called dragon-slaying holy land was because there was dragon fiendish chi here, so ordinary people couldn't approach it. And the heavenly palaces routine was always the same. Dragon fiendish chi was used to assess and select heavenly talents. When Zhao Shanglong saw the dragon fiendish chi, he couldn't help but frown and tense up a little, and his body unconsciously emitted some killing intent. But how strong was Zhao Shanglong? The overflowing killing intent immediately made Zhao Feiyu feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Zhao Feiyu was horrified. This person was indeed up to no good. They hadn't even reached the dragon-slaying holy land, but he was already exuding such a terrifying killing intent. Wouldn't they have to fight later? Unfortunately, although Zhao Feiyu wanted to, he couldn't do anything in front of Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong. Otherwise, he would feel his soul being controlled again, which would make his blood run cold. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Zhao Shanglong. Old Zhao, hold on. There are no azure dragons here. Zhao Shanglong forcibly suppressed his killing intent and tried to calm down. Then, he smiled apologetically. I'm too obsessed with the dragon race. Feeling the dragon fiendish chi will inexplicably trigger my fury. I'm afraid Zilong has already sensed my killing intent. Zhao Feiyu thought to himself, who is this person? Is he addicted to acting? Zilong? Does he really think he is the patriarch of the Zhao family? However, at the next moment, a voice sounded leisurely, I have indeed sensed it. After 80,000 years, I didn't expect you to come back alive. Zhao Feiyu was shocked. Isn't this the voice of the palace master? Then, a small path was opened amidst the dragon fiendish chi. Zhao Shanglong couldn't help but smile and couldn't wait to step out. Han Fei. followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two came to the so-called dragon-slaying Holy Land. When Han Fei and Zhao Shanglong appeared, they found themselves standing outside a long hall. Behind them, there was a road that led straight to the center of the dragon-slaying Holy Land. There was a statue 1,000 meters tall, engraved with the scene of Zhao Shanglong tearing an azure dragon apart. In front of them was the entrance to the palace, deep and dark. On both sides of the entrance, there were 2 sea establishers, one on the left and one on the right, looking at the two of them with a complicated and vigilant expression. Whoosh! 2 rows of lights stretched out for more than 50 kilometers. At the end of the corridor, in front of a huge dragon skeleton, stood a middle-aged man who looked 80% similar to Zhao Shanglong. The man said, 80,000 years ago, you went crazy and slaughtered and hunted dragons, but in the end, you disappeared from this vast sea. I didn't expect to see you again one day. So you went to the Inyang world? Han Fei looked at the middle-aged man and thought to himself, this must be Zhao Zilong. Unfortunately, I don't know what weapon he uses. It would be interesting if he used a spear. Zhao Zilong turned his eyes to Han Fei. Han Fei, master of Inyang, I've heard a lot about you. Han Fei nodded slightly. Nice to meet you. After nodding at Han Fei, Zhao Zilong continued to talk to Zhao Shanglong. The killing intent on you is too strong. Don't tell me that you came back to reopen the dragon domain seal and fight the dragon race again. When Zhao Zilong said this, he stared at Zhao Shanglong and seemed to want to know Zhao Shanglong's answer very much. Course. Zhao Shanglong shook his head slightly. Of course not. I came back just to see what the current dragon-subduing world is like. When Zhao Zilong heard Zhao Shanglong's words, he was secretly relieved and his expression softened a lot. The moment Zhao Shanglong left, he knew that Zhao Shanglong had gone crazy. Today, Zhao Shanglong had returned, and the 5 sea establishers in the dragon-subduing world, including him, were already ready. Once Zhao Shanglong wanted to start a war, he would have to give up the so-called brotherhood. Han Fei's heart stirred. Zhao Shanglong's state was unstable. Zhao Zilong was clearly very worried just now. It could be seen that once the seal on the dragon domain was opened, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, Han Fei added, dragon-subduing palace master, before I came, I gave old Zhao a level 7 soul-subduing pill. To be honest, old Zhao's soul hasn't fully recovered. I can't guarantee that he can keep his mind clear all the time. Huh? Zhao Zilong's face changed slightly when he heard that. Even the 2 kings at the door were shocked. In order to help Zhao Shanglong become sober, Han Fei even used a level 7 soul-subduing pill? Han Fei said, if you go to find some of the 5th grade tranquil heart pills, or 6th grade tranquil heart pills and spirit-nurturing pills produced by the Medicine King world, the effect should be good. Hearing that, Zhao Zilong looked back. Take some from the treasure house. The king immediately accepted the order, glanced at Zhao Feiyu, and took him away. Then he warned Zhao Feiyu, no one else is allowed to know what happened today except you. Zhao Feiyu was stunned and felt terrible. That person just now was really the first master of the dragon-subduing world? The patriarch of their Zhao family? Zhao Feiyu didn't know how serious this matter was. What did Han Fei mean when he said that the patriarch's soul hadn't recovered yet? The palace master asked if the patriarch was going to open the seal on the dragon domain. What did he mean? Instantly, Zhao Feiyu felt that he was caught in a huge mystery. He murmured, "No. I have to find a meditation pill to eat." In the palace. Zhao Shanglong said with slight shame, "I won't stay long. I'll come back when my soul has truly recovered." Seeing that the dragon subduing world is fine and that there are many sea establishers, I'm relieved. Zhao Zilong said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Brother, although I don't want to mention it to you, I think you should take a look." With that, Zhao Zilong waved his hand, and the entire palace was brightly lit. On the inner wall of the entire palace, there were pieces of white-boned jade, each about 3 inches long. Some had names engraved on them, and some didn't. Zhao Zilong said, "You and I are both guilty of what happened back then. You chose revenge, and I chose to protect my people. But no matter what, we should repent to those who died." Zhao Shanglong's eyes were blurred. These pieces of white-bone jade were made of human bones. There were countless pieces here, which made Zhao Shanglong's heart flutter. Zhao Shanglong almost couldn't hold it back, but fortunately, he tried to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Zhao Shanglong staggered to the wall, leaving Han Fei and Zhao Zilong looking at each other. Zhao Zilong said bluntly, "Since the Yinyang master chose to take the risk to come alone and didn't mobilize the pirate army to besiege us, and even brought my brother back, I'm not stupid. Within 7 days, all the people of the dragon-subduing world who surrounded the 4 palaces of the sword god will retreat." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Thank you, dragon-subduing palace master. In addition, what do you think of the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world? After all, our Yinyang world has limited allies on the trip to the monarch palace." Zhao Zilong pondered for a moment. "On the trip to the monarch palace, I'll ask the disciples of the dragon-subduing world to maintain a friendly attitude towards the people of the Avenger. When necessary, they can help. As for the other people from the Yinyang world and the Waterwood world, in fact, no one will know them. Just tell our disciples that they're from a heavenly palace who is allied with you, or just tell them they are from the dragon-subduing world." "I'll tell them." Han Fei nodded. "That's great." Zhao Zilong asked, "Is this enough to repay your favor?" Han Fei said, "I didn't expect you to repay me in the first place, but I suggest that the dragon-subduing world can observe the situation in the future. Supreme clearness and infinity might not be as strong as they seem. And I, Han Fei, might not be much weaker than them. But this matter can be discussed after the trip to the monarch palace." Zhao Zilong said, "I'll remember." "Thank you." Zhao Zilong looked at Zhao Shanglong, who was groping the wall, and sighed in his heart. At the same time, he praised Han Fei in his heart. Han Fei's style of doing things seemed to be much better than the rumors said. At least, the dragon-subduing world's return to him was actually not enough, but he didn't ask for more. In comparison, he was easier to get along with than supreme clearness and infinity. Han Fei looked at Zhao Shanglong and called him Old Zhao, but no one responded. Han Fei shook his head slightly and finally looked at Zhao Zilong. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Han Fei didn't have to fight for everything. For example, he could resolve the problem of the dragon-subduing world sending troops to the sword god world with Zhao Shanglong. The effect would be better, and he could get an ally for himself. Of course, their alliance wasn't very strong at the moment, but Han Fei only needed them to wait and see. It wasn't the time to choose a side yet, but when It was time to choose a side. It wouldn't be up to the dragon-subduing world. After leaving the dragon-subduing world, Han Fei didn't leave immediately. 2. Of the 4 heavenly palaces that surrounded the 4 palaces of the Sword God were gone, and there were only the Supreme Clearness World and the Golden Crow World left. As far as he knew, Xian Qingzi from the Supreme Clearness World should be guarding the Heavenly Palace, but he didn't know if there was a 3rd sky opener in the Supreme Clearness World. But even if there was a sky opener, so what? He could run away from those sky openers even when he was carrying that small world, let alone now. Besides, Huobuli from the Golden Crow World hadn't reached the sky opening realm, and he wasn't stronger than him. He could only be on par with him. But now, Han Fei was confident that Huobuli was no match for him. Therefore, when Han Fei left the dragon-subduing world, he went straight to the Golden Crow World, even though he knew that there must be an ambush in the Golden Crow World. Han Fei was 100% sure that there was an ambush in the Golden Crow sky, because the battle in the Wild Abyss had just erupted, and even Zhao Zilong didn't dare to personally go to the battlefield of the Sword God world but stayed in his own heavenly palace, in case Han Fei restaged the tragedy of the dream weaving world in the dragon-subduing world. Huobuli was not stupid. He knew that Han Fei might use this method to deal with the Golden Crow world, so he couldn't leave. Since they didn't leave and guessed that Han Fei might attack them, it was very likely that they had set up an ambush. But Han Fei still came. This was the confidence he had since he became so strong. If Han Fei came secretly, Huobuli and the others probably wouldn't notice him. When Han Fei stood in the blazing sun city of the Golden Crow world and scanned it with the vast ocean navigator, he was stunned. He originally wanted to find a place with rich resources, which meant a place with countless resources like a treasure house. However, in the Golden Crow world, the vast ocean navigator pointed at the void. It turned out that all the places with rich resources in the blazing sun city had been taken into the heavenly palace of the Golden Crow world. Han Fei was speechless. Perhaps Huobuli also knew that if Han Fei really attacked, they would be caught off guard. Instead of defending against him head-on, they might as well gather all their resources into the heavenly palace. Huobuli must be very confident that he could beat Han Fei in his heavenly palace. In fact, Han Fei felt that he did. Just like when Wan Qingling fought him. These people might be weaker than him in terms of physique and strength, but they had a deep understanding of their great Daos, unlike him, who hadn't even figured out what his origin great Dao was. Originally, if Huobuli hadn't collected all the resources, Han Fei felt that he might have just robbed 1 or 2 places as a warning. However, Huobuli had collected a massive amount of resources, and might even be hiding in his origin sea, which tempted Han Fei. If he killed Huobuli, didn't it mean that he could get a massive amount of resources at once? Perhaps this would be the best chance for him to get all the resources in the Golden Crow sky. Tisk, tisk. Han Fei couldn't help licking his lips and leaving quietly as if he had never been here. 3 days later. On the way to the Golden Crow world. Han Fei said, "Uncle Xian, we have to cooperate well this time. If the Golden Crow world has a sky opener ambush us, we'll just leave. If not, let's take Huobuli down as soon as possible and snatched tens of billions of resources from him." Han Xian was dragged out by Han Fei with a dumbfounded look. Han Xian didn't intend to come out in advance. Once he came out, it meant that the 9 palace world would return to the vision of the major forces in the raging sea, and his strength would more or less be exposed. However, Han Fei's words that the resources were at least 10 billion stunned him. Did a heavenly palace have so many resources? Of course, every heavenly palace did. However, no world's resources were placed together for you to take. They were very scattered. Therefore, even if they wanted to snatch resources, could they find people all over the heavenly palace to snatch resources from? Even if Han Fei was given this chance, he could only use the vast ocean navigator 3 times a day. In the end, he could only rely on Little White to find resources, so his speed would inevitably be slow. However, hearing Han Fei say that Hu Buili had collected all the resources, Han Xian was tempted. If they succeeded, how long could the resources support the 9 palace world? Han Xian said, Han Fei, if we get the resources, give me half of them. Although there aren't many people in the 9 palace world, the resources have been consumed a lot and haven't been filled up. Take it as a reward for me. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Even if he split half of it with Han Xian, he could still get a lot. As it happened, the Forge the Universe still lacked resources. Because the resources given to the demon purification pot could not be consumed, Han Fei had very few resources now, and didn't dare to expand his origin sea. Even the resources given to the demon purification pot were actually consumed a lot. The birth of the second divine pill had swallowed half of the resources Han Fei had piled up. Now, the remaining resources might not be enough for the demon purification pot to swallow. Now, Han Fei happened to get this opportunity. God help him. It was the best way to get resources. Han Fei pulled his strongest teammate over Han Xian's 1,000 opportunities. Divine Ghost Compass was very strong. When he sparred with Han Xian, the 1,000 opportunities Divine Ghost Compass only reached the 3rd form. According to Han Xian, the 1,000 opportunities Divine Ghost Compass had a total of 5 forms. Han Xian hadn't told him about the 5th form yet, but Han Fei had a rough idea. If one day someone could force Han Xian to use the 5th form of the 1,000 opportunities Divine Ghost Compass, that person would probably be close to death. This time, Han Fei didn't bring anyone else, because it was meaningless. Unless the Golden Crow world had a sky opener, it was impossible for them to stop him. And Han Xian? Han Fei said with a smile, of course. But we have to test them first. I'm afraid that Xianqingzi or Bei Luochen will be here. If either of them is here, I'm afraid we won't have a chance. Han Xian said, Xianqingzi has just entered the sky-opening realm. If I really go all out, I might be able to hold on for a while. But if it's Bei Luochen, let's just give up. Han Fei nodded. Of course. We'll snatch what we can. If we can't, I won't force you. On the 4th day. On the battlefield outside the Sword God world, a king of the dragon subduing world cupped his hands and apologized to He Dao Yuan and the others. Patriarch. Supreme Clearness, the 2nd patriarch of the dragon subduing world, personally sent a message to ask us to retreat. He said that Han Fei has already threatened the dragon domain. If anything happens to the dragon domain, the consequences will be disastrous. This is much more terrifying than the death of only one king in the dream-weaving world, so I have to return with my soldiers. He Dao Yuan didn't look good. It wasn't that he didn't believe him, but he was surprised that Han Fei could threaten the dragon domain. Was this guy so capable? However, under such circumstances, if the Supreme Clearness World didn't let them leave, their relationship with the dragon-subduing world would definitely be completely broken. Zhao Zilong would definitely think that the Supreme Clearness World didn't care about the life and death of the dragon-subduing world at all, and might even fall out with the Supreme Clearness World. Although the Supreme Clearness World didn't care if the dragon-subduing world would fall out with them, this would definitely make it more difficult for him to rule the 36 mystic worlds. Therefore, He Daoyuan waved his hand. Go. I will oversee the battle of the Sword God Palace. This time, 2 of the 4 major powers had quitted. Although there was still a king from the dream-weaving world here, she was only here to show their attitude and didn't bring any soldiers over, so the king of the Golden Crow world was a little uneasy. He Daoyuan said, everyone can be worried, but not the Golden Crow world. Bei Luochen is watching the Golden Crow world at all times. Besides, Huabuli can take advantage of his heavenly palace. If Han Fei really dares to go there, he'll be walking into a trap. On this side, Han Fei and Han Xian hadn't reached the Golden Crow world yet. So Han Fei tested his luck with the 9 Palace Luck Ruler, only to find that it was impasse. Han Xian immediately said, there must be a sky-opening realm cultivator there. Han Fei. Huabuli must be gathering resources to bait you. Han Fei was horrified. When he was still in the Golden Crow world, he had used the 9 Palace Luck Ruler to test his luck, and the result was ominous. But in the blink of an eye, it became impasse. The other party's trap was clearly a bit big. But Han Fei's face immediately turned cold. Uncle Xian, what kind of power can make us fall into an impasse? Han Xian said, I think only sky openers can put me in danger. Besides, there must be more than one sky opener. Huh? Han Fei looked at Han Xian in surprise. More than one? Han Xian said, I didn't tell you about the 5th form of the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass before. This form is enough for me to unleash 10 times my combat power in a short period of time. But the price is that the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass will collapse. My tens of thousands of years of hard work will be destroyed. Therefore, if there was only one sky opener, it was impossible to put me in an impasse. There had to be at least 2. 10 times the combat power? Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. What kind of F** king weapon was the 1,000 Opportunities Divine Ghost Compass? If Han Xian's current strength soared 10 times, he would have the strength of 1,000,000 waves. Besides, Han Xian was a top heavenly talent in the first place. His strength could definitely rank in the top 3 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. It's an indisputable fact that he, Daoyuan, is guarding the Sword God world. Huang Jingyuan doesn't have a goal now, and because of some matters, it's impossible for him to participate in the matter of the Golden Crow world now, so he can't be in the Golden Crow world. Then, there are only 3 sky openers left, Bei Luochen, Taiyuan, and Xianqingzi. Old man Taiyuan never interferes with the matters of supreme clearness and infinity, so it's impossible for him to be here. It means that Bei Luochen and Xianqingzi are sure that I will come to the Golden Crow world. Han Fei immediately asked, Uncle Xian, are you interested in doing something big? Han Xian asked, what do you want to do? Han Fei grinned coldly. How about robbing the Supreme Clearness world? Han Xian was stunned by Han Fei's idea. Are you crazy to rob the supreme clearness world? Han Xian said, even if he Dao Yuan and Xianqingzi are not around, there are probably as many as a dozen sea establishers in the supreme clearness world. Even if they are not your match, it's not difficult for them to stop you. Besides, the supreme clearness world's protection array is not easy to break. Hearing that, Han Fei asked, Uncle Xian, try trapping me. Supreme clearness world. Han Fei and Han Xian came to the supreme clearness world as fast as they could. Since Bei Luochen and Xianqingzi were both in the Golden Crow world, they might as well stay there. This time, even if it wasn't for robbery, Han Fei had to cause trouble to the supreme clearness world. Blocking my path to wealth equals to killing my parents. Since you don't let me rob the Golden Crow world, fine. I'll mess with your supreme clearness world. Han Fei didn't care about how the humans in the supreme clearness world evaluated him. Anyway, his name as Demon Han had already spread far and wide. Why would he care about the evaluation of others? This day was destined to be the darkest day in the history of the supreme clearness world. Heavenly Imperial City. As usual, the humans in the supreme clearness world didn't find anything unusual. After all, how could ordinary people discover a king's action? There were more than 20 CBD areas in the supreme clearness world. The resources here were so abundant that ordinary heavenly palaces couldn't compare to them. If they could quickly plunder all these places, they could still get tens of billions of resources. At this moment, Han Fei and Han Xian had hidden their strength and were standing in the middle of the heavenly imperial city, among the treasure tower, the auction house, and the resource shops. There were so many people here. Who would have known that there were two kings shopping with them? Han Xian said, it seems that I came for nothing. If we rob them one by one, we can at most rob this place. However, Han Fei said, Uncle Xian, this is for you to rob, not me. Han Xian said leisurely, I shouldn't have listened to your bluff and got involved in this matter. You're just being impulsive. Fine, let's see how many kings you can hold back later. Don't expect me to get 10 billion resources for you this time. 2 billion is probably the most. Han Fei smiled. Uncle Xian, don't worry. I won't hold you back. An hour passed. Han Xian had figured out the main resource concentration points in the city. Then, he found a place to drink tea, and Han Fei was already gone. Suddenly, when Han Xian discovered abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations nearby, he couldn't help but smile. The noise was too small and it wasn't worth taking action. At the same time, in the Soul Sea, Han Fei circled the heavenly imperial tree and launched an impudent attack. The heavenly imperial ancient tree was the main reception place of the heavenly imperial city. The people who lived here were mainly strong masters who came and went between the major heavenly palaces. They either had business or had something to do, but no one under the venerable realm dared to sail in the raging sea. Therefore, Han Fei began to bite and swallow crazily. Little Black and Little White were level 88 creatures who were about to reach the peak of the venerable realm, and the Emperor Sparrow had already transcended the tribulation and become a king. Crack! Crack! Han Fei bit through a big shell and quickly ate it, immediately hunting his next target. In less than 30 seconds, more than 20 venerable level spiritual beasts had been swallowed by Han Fei. The Emperor Sparrow said, Little Black and Little White's growth, mainly, relies on the environment. They grow well through the Soul Sea, but the further they go, the fewer spiritual beasts they can eat. In this world, there are only a few sea establishers, and most creatures wander below the sea. Establishment realm. Han Fei said, then let them eat until they reach the sea establishment realm. By the way, help me hunt. Knock them out first and I'll eat them. There will definitely be sea establishment realm spiritual beasts appearing later. If I kill one of them, Little Black and Little White will probably reach the peak. However, the Emperor Sparrow said without interest, the resources you see now are actually meaningless. You don't dare to fight for real. You might as well study the origin Great Tao and reach the sky-opening realm as soon as possible. At that time it'll be easy for you to fight the emperors here. In my opinion, you're just messing around. Han Fei was lost for words. You really have no idea how many resources we need. Without my savings, how could I have grown so fast? Don't always talk about your inherited memories. The age of gods must have been full of resources, but the problem is that I wasn't born in that era. Gulp. Han Fei bit off a small part of a golden flood dragon's body. The golden flood dragon tried to erupt, but Han Fei swam around it quickly and even ate its bones. After he ate it, the Emperor Sparrow said, "Didn't you say you were going to the monarch palace? No matter what era it is, those who can become emperors are extraordinary. That's where you should go." As he spoke, the Emperor Sparrow's eyes glittered, and with a flash of red light, a black sea cucumber went berserk. Han Fei took the opportunity to rush up and finish it in the blink of an eye. Han Fei said, "I'll go after this meal." In the outside world, near the heavenly imperial tree, countless venerables exclaimed, Who is hunting my spiritual beast in the soul sea? Shoal. Is there no one in the supreme clearness world? Let's not talk so much. Everyone, summon your spiritual beasts first. As more and more people realized that something was wrong, someone summoned a fish baby, and was dumbfounded and vomited blood on the spot. Someone found that his jellyfish had become the size of a thumb and he shouted, "Someone is hunting in the soul sea. Be vigilant." An inspection team of the Supreme Clearness World immediately perceived around. The leader was a half-king sword cultivator. As soon as he landed, he shouted, "Seal the area of the heavenly imperial city. This person is hunting here. His original body must be nearby." Puff. As soon as the half-king finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and the team members were all shocked. The captain had been targeted so quickly? Everyone saw that the captain seemed to be summoning his spiritual beast, but they were surprised to find that he couldn't summon it at all. Then, a team member exclaimed, "Not good. I can't summon my spiritual beast either." The half-king captain shouted, "Come on, summon your spiritual beasts." In fact, with a glance from the Emperor Sparrow, which venerable level spiritual beast could resist him? They were like dead fish, letting Han Fei bite them. Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow cooperated seamlessly. In just 100 seconds, more than 80 spiritual beasts had been swallowed by Han Fei, which meant that more than 80 venerables had lost their spiritual beasts, or their spiritual beasts had been reborn. Buzz. Just as the captain of the inspection team was shocked, he felt a terrifying pressure descend from the void. Finally, a king descended. He shouted, "Get out of the way. Everyone below the sea establishment realm, summon your Spiritual beasts. With that, he glanced at the captain of the inspection team and said, "Guard me." After that, a circle of strange runes appeared in front of the king, forming a door that looked like a blood-colored teleportation array. Then, this person's soul left his body and entered the soul sea. The captain narrowed his eyes and said in a voice that only he could hear, "What are the kings doing? Why is there only one?" However, the next moment, 3 kings appeared in a row. Seeing that a king had already entered the soul sea, 2 of them said, "Let's help him." Han Fei was dumbfounded. Was this the so-called luck? He had temporarily controlled his original body with his avatar's soul and killed this inspection captain just to appear here more reasonably. Now it seemed that there were 3 kings sitting cross-legged in front of him, entering the soul sea to find him, and there was another king guarding the others. This reminded Han Fei that if he attacked now, he could kill 4 kings. While there were not many people here, 4 kills were enough. Han Fei immediately summoned the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei was trying to eat a sea establishment crab. This crab was the first king to come in. The 2 were so close that even Han Fei was shocked when he came in. However, the Emperor Sparrow reacted quickly and stunned the king. He directly activated the Eye of Disaster and produced inner demons in the king's heart. However, Han Fei had only eaten half of it when Little Black and Little White flashed. Obviously, they had leveled up. But before he finished eating the crab, he heard the Emperor Sparrow say, "Are you summoning me?" Han Fei was surprised. So fast? Han Fei certainly knew that summoning the Emperor Sparrow meant that he had to go out. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Han Fei thought it was quite urgent, so his body became bigger and bigger. In the end, he bit a few more mouthfuls and was about to leave when he happened to see a lobster and a turtle suddenly appear. Judging from their eyes, they were here for him. However, as soon as the 2 of them came in, they saw that the Emperor Sparrow and Little White had dissipated. The 2 of them didn't know what happened. Looking at the small section of the crab left, they thought to themselves, did the other party give up so easily? However, when the 2 of them communicated, their eyes were filled with shock. And when they saw the spirit swallowing fish, they knew who came. Unfortunately, they came in 1 step slower, so they left 1 step slower. Han Fei suddenly came back to himself. Almost in an instant, he activated his great Tao, and the immortal qi and fiendish energy in his body erupted. The immortal fiend saber darted out without hesitation. The king who guarded the 3 other kings was dumbfounded when he saw Han Fei attack. How could he resist such a blow? Tweet. When Han Fei attacked the 3 people sitting cross-legged, the Emperor Sparrow had already appeared and attacked the sober king. Rumble. Rumble. When a heavenly Tao crack appeared, Han Xian's figure had already quietly disappeared from the restaurant. What happened at the heavenly imperial ancient tree was too sudden. They had only come to investigate, but when they realized that there was something wrong with the soul sea, they just wanted to explore it. They didn't expect that entering the soul sea was equivalent to courting death. However, how could they know that someone could communicate with the soul sea from outside? This was simply unscientific. Except for 1 person, the other 3 didn't move at all. 3 of them were killed by Han Fei with 1 slash. The other's first reaction was to run, but the Emperor Sparrow was too close to Han Fei. He was less than a kilometer away. How could that king run away at such a short distance? Han Fei was quite ruthless. He stabbed this person with all great daos in one sword so hard that he didn't even have a chance to react. Rumble. 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 In the sky, a total of 4 great Dao cracks appeared one after another. The blood-colored rain was as dense as blood plasma, filling the sky like a river of blood. At that moment, the entire supreme clearness world was dumbfounded. After Han Fei killed these 4 people, as many as 9 king-level perceptions locked onto him. It could be seen how many kings there were in this supreme clearness world. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for Han Fei to go to the origins sea of these dead kings. He didn't have the time. But he was here to cause trouble anyway. Even if he couldn't harvest these people's origin seas. By killing 4 kings, he could at least shock the supreme clearness world and let them know how powerful he was. They shouldn't think that they were the strongest in the raging sea and could really suppress the 36 mystic worlds. Han Xian was stunned to see 4 kings die in a row. Is Han Fei already so strong? How did he kill 4 kings in a row? The kings who stayed behind in the supreme clearness world might not be the strongest, but they were definitely not weak. Han Xian admitted that it would be impressive if he could kill one of them in such a short time, but Han Fei had killed 4. Did he kill them in the Soul Sea? Golden Crow World. Xianqingzi and Bei Luochen were hiding here. For some reason, Xianqingzi seemed to be uneasy. Bei Luochen said, "You just opened the sky. Do you often have an epiphany about the great Tao?" Xianqingzi shook his head. "No, but I feel that something is wrong. Han Fei is cunning. It can be seen from the battle in the wild abyss. This person basically has no principle in doing things. Do you think he knows that we are here?" Bei Luochen said, "He must have some guesses, but haven't you and I already been prepared? With the supreme clearness immortal locking array and the palace protecting divine sword of your supreme clearness world, how can a mere Han Fei dare to do anything?" With this in mind, Xianqingzi nodded quickly. That was true. The supreme clearness world was so powerful that in addition to the sky openers, it also had a divine sword. This sword hung in the heavenly palace for 100,000 years. If anyone had any ill intentions, the sword would fly out and kill the enemy. In the sea establishment realm, no one dared to say that they could survive a single slash of the sword. Bei Luochen said, "Anyway, it'll only be a few months. If Han Fei doesn't come, we'll just kill him." But at this moment, Xianqingzi suddenly took out 4 life tablet jade slips. However, these 4 jade slips were all broken. Not good. Someone ambushed our supreme clearness world and killed 4 kings in a row. Swish. Without thinking, Xianqingzi rushed towards the supreme clearness world at full speed. As for Bei Luochen, his eyelids twitched several times, and he was shocked. Kill 4 kings in a row? Could it be Han Fei? He had seen this guy fight before. How did he have the ability to kill 4 kings? Could it be someone from the Merman royal family? And if the Merman royal family attacked the supreme clearness world for no reason at this time, didn't Han Fei play a part in it? Since they could cooperate once, they might cooperate twice. With this in mind, Bei Luochen's expression turned ugly. They really have no principle. Huabuli, I have to go to help. Why don't you go with me? Otherwise, if Han Fei comes to you, the Golden Crow world might not be able to stop him. Yes, I'll be going. Huabuli was dumbfounded. If Han Fei really dared to launch a sneak attack on the Supreme Clearness world, why would he be afraid of attacking his Golden Crow world? Thinking of the dream-weaving world and the battle in the wild abyss, Huabuli shivered and chased after Bei Luochen. Anyway, all the resources were with him. Even if Han Fei killed all the way to the Golden Crow world, so what? Could he slaughter the people? And now, all the things that could be taken away in the Golden Crow Heavenly Palace had been taken away by him. Even if Han Fei really came, he would get nothing. Therefore, Bei Luochen's suggestion was really good. Supreme Clearness World. Human demon Han Fei, break into our Supreme Clearness world and kill our kings. Supreme Clearness Immortal Locking Array. Open. At that moment, Han Fei saw that the entire Heavenly Imperial City was covered in a layer of green light. But Han Fei was full of disdain. It was just a city. Protecting array. Even if this array was difficult to break, his golden light could directly walk through the river of time. Also, the time-fishing technique he had just learned also gave him the ability to escape from time. How could a mere array tie him up? Unless you even sealed time. But it was obviously impossible. Unless everything was still, time wouldn't stop. Han Fei smiled contemptuously, and his low voice resounded throughout the Supreme Clearness world. The Supreme Clearness world claims to be the leader of the 36 mystic worlds, but don't you know how many dirty things you have done in the dark? The human race is disunited, and the sanctimonious Supreme Clearness world snatched treasures and destroyed cities with the pretext of justice. He Dao Yuan, the old B***starred, hunted the 4 palaces of Sword God and immeasurability. Why, did they eat your Supreme Clearness world's big yellow fish? You call me a human demon, but I think you're more like scum. Han Fei's voice resounded throughout the Supreme Clearness world, but it wasn't recognized by the people of the Supreme Clearness world. Everyone was cursing him. Someone cursed, "Human demon Han Fei, what the hell are you doing? Do you have a grudge against all the heavenly palaces? You just want to snatch resources and treasures." Bah. Someone was furious. This Han Fei deserves to die. If I were a king, I would have beheaded him and hung him on the heavenly imperial ancient tree for 10,000 years. Someone shouted angrily, "Kings, please slaughter this human demon." The 9 kings surrounded Han Fei, but they didn't rush up immediately. After all, this was the heavenly imperial city. The power that erupted in a battle of kings was too terrifying and could easily affect the innocent. Therefore, one of them burned a token in his hand, and Han Fei felt that the void seemed to shake, and then he felt a great danger coming. Swish. All of a sudden, a sword light cut across the sky, piercing thousands of kilometers and darting at Han Fei. Hiss, dash. Han Fei was shocked. What kind of sword was this? Before the sword arrived, its killing intent had completely locked the void. Before the sword arrived, Han Fei opened the invincible eye and raised his hand, and the immortal fiend's saber erupted again. How could Han Fei dare to underestimate this thing that seriously threatened his life? None of the remaining 9 kings of the Supreme Clearness world moved. They were only responsible for guarding on 4 sides. If a powerful force escaped, they could block it. One of them shouted, "The Empyrean ancient sword can even kill immortals." Demon Han, do you think you can break into the Supreme Clearness world while Our patriarch is not around? You underestimate the supreme clearness world. Bang! The immortal fiend's saber and the ancient sword collided in the sky, and countless people looked up at the sky. A sword light wrapped half the sky in green light, and a power with black gas surging like a pillar of light. Half of the green light in the sky pressed down a pillar of light, which lasted for about 3 seconds. Then, the immortal fiend's saber suddenly shattered, turning into a layer of ripples that shook the sky. The 9 kings joined forces to seal the heavenly imperial city. At this moment, they looked at the other side almost at the same time, only to see a strange figure in black armor. In a breath, he directly took over the treasure tower, the auction house, and the resource shops. With multiple phantoms following him, countless resources were automatically taken into sun, moon shells by a strange array. A king shouted, "Demon Han has an accomplice. I'll stop him." However, as soon as the king came down, a black light suddenly enveloped him, and thousands of arrays appeared out of thin air, sealing him. During this period, Han Xian had already changed places and continued to rob. Han Xian even took the time to say, "Do you need help? This sword is called the Empyrean Ancient Sword. It said that it can exert the combat power of the sky-opening realm, but I didn't know that this sword could fight on its own. Can you block it? Do you need me to stop robbing and help you repel this sword?" Han Fei said, "No, so what if it can exert the combat power of the sky-opening realm? It's just a sword. Who doesn't have something good?" Then, Han Fei took out a big calabash and shouted, "Sword out to kill an immortal? My calabash can suppress the sky." Roar! Han Fei took out a level 5 Dao pattern pill and stuffed it into his mouth. This pill could boost his strength for a while. Although the effect was not long, it would be enough. Dharma Idol World. Han Fei went all out. A huge shadow more than 500 meters long grabbed a huge calabash and knocked the so-called ancient sword with it. Boom! At that moment, the echo shook and ripples swept in all directions. The ancient tree that had existed for 100,000 years was broken. Pfft! Han Fei vomited blood, and his Dharma idol was full of cracks as if it would break at any time. But this sword blocked it. Han Fei bared his teeth, which were shining with golden blood. He laughed. "You are just a sword. How dare you attack me?" Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the 8 kings who surrounded Han Fei vomited blood almost at the same time. Everyone was shocked. This guy blocked the blow of the ancient sword with a calabash? The aftershock alone injured them. Did this mean that Han Fei could already unleash the combat power of the sky-opening realm? The damage caused by the battle of the sky-opening realm could be imagined. Fortunately, the nearby venerables had already fled. Otherwise, they would have all died under this blow. The poor heavenly imperial ancient tree couldn't move and was eventually cut down. From then on, there were no heavenly imperial star fruits in the supreme clearness world. However, the moment the heavenly imperial tree was broken, Han Fei sensed the smell of chaotic qi. Carrying his seriously injured body, he flashed, picked up the huge tree, and stuffed it into the origin sea. Everyone was still resisting the aftershock of the calabash and the ancient sword and could only watch Han Fei snatch the half of the heavenly imperial tree. However, what Han Fei did next stunned them. With a thought from Han Fei, his Dharma idol ran to pull the other half of the tree. The Dharma idol was pulling the tree, and the infinity water was crazily cutting the roots of the heavenly imperial tree underground. As for Han Fei, he stood in the air and activated the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. His body was gradually recovering. In fact, Han Fei was equally shocked. This blow shattered all his internal organs and turned them into paste. At this moment, his internal organs were intertwined crazily and quickly recovered. Beside Han Fei was the unscathed calabash. The ancient sword in the distance didn't attack again. It seemed that it was absorbing energy from all directions. Obviously, this sword was not omnipotent. Although it could unleash a killing move in the sky-opening realm, it clearly needed to accumulate power after the attack. Han Fei was secretly relieved. He had already prepared for the second blow. If the sword could come again, he would have to run. Bang! In the ruins of an auction house in the heavenly imperial city, an array exploded. A king who was tied up by the thousand opportunities divine ghost compass had just broken out of the array, but what was in front of his eyes was already a ruin. The man shouted, "It's the divination array of the 9-palace world." When the kings heard that, their hearts sank. The 9-palace world that had disappeared for 80,000 years had reappeared? Just to rob the heavenly imperial city? A king gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Han Fei, you brat, you even invited the 9-palace world over just to snatch the heavenly imperial city? How many resources can a mere city have for you to snatch?" Han Fei sneered. "Do you think I'm here to rob you? I'm just here to disgust you." The kings saw that the ancient sword was still accumulating power, but they couldn't attack Han Fei. Otherwise, the island would be destroyed. Han Fei didn't seem to be in a hurry, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. Although the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique had partly healed him, this ancient sword was indeed powerful. His internal organs had exploded into a paste. How could he still attack? Once his flaws were seen through, how could these kings let him go? However, on the surface, Han Fei looked very tough, and others didn't see anything wrong. As for Han Xian, if there was only one king chasing him, he really couldn't stop him. In this short period of time, he had already looted 6 CDB areas and kept stuffing resources into Sun Moon shells. While robbing, Han Xian sighed. It turns out that robbing is so comfortable. It's too easy to get these resources. It seems that forming a pirate team is a good choice. On this side, the Dharma idol forcibly pulled out the heavenly imperial ancient tree whose roots had almost been cut off. Han Fei didn't hesitate at all and directly collected the heavenly imperial ancient tree into his origin world, which made everyone's face turn green. Han Fei said, "Hey, I can restore this tree. Are you sad? From now on, the heavenly imperial ancient tree is mine." A king shouted angrily, "Demon Han, don't be arrogant. Even the sky-opening realm can't break this inescapable net and the immortal locking array. Even if you slaughter the supreme clearness world and destroy the entire city, you can never break out of this place. When the patriarch returns, you have nowhere to escape." Ignorant. Han Fei didn't want to argue with them. Since they thought that he couldn't leave, he would just let them think so. After all, they were too inexperienced and didn't know that there would always be a way to crack an array. If they wanted to stop him from escaping, they needed to be more proficient in the great Tao of time than him. It was almost impossible for them to trap and kill him in this supreme clearness immortal locking array. Han Fei said via voice transmission, Uncle Xian, just rob them. These people don't dare to do anything. If the kings take action, ordinary people will suffer. These sanctimonious people won't easily attack. Han Xian said, I've already discovered it. Just hold them off for a while. Han Fei grinned. You, hand over your sun moon shells. Otherwise, if I attack ordinary people in this city, don't blame me for not reminding you. In fact, Han Fei didn't dare to do it. Slaughtering ordinary people would only cause him psychological burden, causing him to be plagued by hellfire and mental demons. However, they all thought that he was a devil. It seemed that being a devil had benefits. At least, others would be very afraid of him. No one would agree to Han Fei's request. All the kings were waiting for the ancient sword to accumulate enough power to attack. However, he couldn't just leave these people alone. If Han Fei didn't take action, these people would only feel that he was afraid. Besides, these people were supplying power to the ancient sword. How could Han Fei let them do whatever they wanted? Therefore, Han Fei went all out. The sky-hanging ancient sword was powerful. But so was my green thunder wine gourd. Han Fei's injuries were slightly better, so he smashed the wine gourd at the sky-hanging ancient sword with all his strength. In the eyes of others, Han Fei seemed to be confronting the ancient sword. Therefore, when Han Fei smashed the ancient sword with all his strength, these kings suddenly pulled the void and an invisible net seemed to envelop him. Heh! You're quite good at seizing opportunities. With a flash of golden light, Han Fei appeared beside a king with the calabash and dragged the invisible net over. The king who was approached by Han Fei was very fast. The moment he saw the golden light, he retreated and blocked it with a huge shield. Boom! Crack! The 7 kings hurriedly moved again to seal the shock waves. The king who was sent flying by Han Fei bulged his body and turned into a fatty. Although Han Fei's terrifying blow shattered his shield, it was blocked by his body. A jellyfish fused into the king's body. It turned out to be the power of his spiritual beast. At this time, Han Fei saw that the ancient sword trembled again. Han Fei had a feeling that this thing would attack again soon. Did it have such a short time to accumulate power? This was not good. When he slashed out just now, he used all his trump cards and was injured. If it attacked again, he would really be seriously injured. Han Fei's figure flashed and appeared thousands of kilometers away. Han Xian had just stuffed a tower into his origin sea when he looked at Han Fei in surprise. Han Xian's face changed slightly. Can't hold on anymore? Han Fei said, It's time to go. The power of that sword is very strong. With that, Han Fei grabbed Han Xian and flew into the void. Han Fei didn't try to walk the river of time directly. He wanted to see if the so-called supreme clearness immortal locking array was really as awesome as they said. However, with a flash of golden light, Han Fei felt that the void was locked. And he suddenly hit the void barrier. Buzz! Han Fei and Han Xian fell out of the void, and the 8 kings quickly perceived it. One of them shouted, Demon Han, you won't be able to escape today. Swish! The ancient sword had already cut through the sky again. Han Fei secretly cursed, Uncle Xian, follow me. Don't resist. Swish! This time, the 2 of them collided into a blue light. The river of time. Glowing blue looked extremely mysterious. Han Xian looked at the circulating halo around him and couldn't help but ask. In surprise, the river of time? Han Fei said, Uncle Xian, don't worry. I'll go against the time flow and return to the time before the supreme clearness immortal locking array is activated. Han Xian. Although Han Xian was smart, when it came to time, he really had no clue. Could someone escape like this? This time, the kings of the supreme clearness world waited for a long time but didn't find Han Fei and Han Xian again. Someone asked, what happened? Did he really run away? How is it possible? The supreme clearness immortal locking array can even seal a sky opener. No, the person from the Nine Palace world is extremely strong. He condensed 10,000 arrays in an instant, and his strength is equally terrifying. Did he break the supreme clearness immortal locking array with his high attainments in arrays? If I'm not wrong, that person should be Han Xian. He's indeed a genius. We can't underestimate him. The group of people continued to wait, and many of the billions of people in the supreme clearness world were still dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. On the outer sea. Swish. A blue halo flashed, and Han Fei and Han Xian ran out of time. Han Xian said, are we at the normal time now? Han Fei said, of course. As long as we run out of the supreme clearness world's range, we can just return to the normal time node. We didn't cross much time, so it's no problem. Han Xian said, let's go away first. An hour later, when the two of them were sure that they had run far enough, Han Xian said, is the Empyrean ancient sword very strong? Pfft. Han Fei vomited a little blood. He raised his hands and activated the heaven enlightenment divine technique. Bathed in the healing divine light, Han Fei felt much better. Han Xian said solemnly, it seems that the ancient sword is stronger than I imagined. Han Fei said, it's a little strange. I could have blocked the attack, but the sword chi kept destroying my body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just snatched a tree. After using 3 heaven enlightenment divine techniques in a row, Han Fei consumed at least 1,000 years of vitality to heal the injuries caused by the ancient sword. Seeing that Han Fei seemed to have recovered, Han Xian frowned and said, it seems that we made a loss this time? Han Fei shook his head. No, I lost 1,000 years of vitality, but killed 4 kings. Uncle Xian, how many resources did you snatch? Han Xian took out sun moon shells one after another, and the two of them counted the money on the sea. After counting for half an hour, the two of them looked at each other and grinned. Han Fei said, there are about 2.5 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. More than 370,000 spiritual fruits, more than 1,800 ultra-quality divine weapons, and countless materials. There are also a bunch of demonic energy crystals here. The ground vein essence is a bit little. In the end, the two of them calculated about 3.7 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. Although it was very different from the tens of billions of resources they had planned, it was worth the risk. Robbery was very dangerous in itself. Han Fei asked, Uncle Xian, what do you want? Han Xian said, 1 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. You can take the rest. Han Fei said, then I'll give you 1.5 billion ultra-quality spiritual stones. But I'll keep the spiritual fruits, spiritual spring, demonic energy crystals, and the essence of the ground veins. All the other materials and ultra-quality divine weapons will be yours. Han Fei didn't care about the so-called materials. He didn't need these. Materials at all, and the renewable resources were what he needed. Han Xian couldn't help but smile. That's fine. You do need these to expand your origin sea. After you expand your origin sea to 30,000 kilometers, you'll need more and more resources. After 60,000 kilometers, from 60,000 kilometers to 70,000 kilometers, the consumption of resources can even match all the previous consumption. Han Fei smiled. I know. After splitting the loot with Han Xian didn't leave immediately. Han Xian said, Han Fei, I know you're going to the monarch palace, but I have some experience to tell you. Firstly, don't rush into the monarch palace. Han Fei was puzzled. Why? Han Xian said, all these years, although I haven't gone to the monarch palace, the 9 palace worlds sent people over every time it opened. After a long period of observation, I've come to a lot of conclusions. Han Xian said, first of all, when the monarch palace is opened, there will be countless entrances, and people will enter holding a key to the monarch palace, which is an item with the aura of the monarch palace. Although others think that it's the same no matter which entrance you enter from, I feel that the more dangerous the entrance is, the safer it will be after entering. Remember this. Han Fei looked solemn. The more dangerous the entrance was, the safer it was to enter. Han Xian's research was very convincing, because he was smarter than others. Han Xian continued, however, the choice of the entrance can't just depend on the degree of danger around. If the color of the entrance is blue and black, it's normal. If it's red, according to the degree of brightness and darkness of the red, it represents the strength of the danger. The most important thing is that there is a pure black entrance. Don't enter it. According to my research, anyone who enters from the pure black entrance has a 90% chance of dying and basically doesn't come out. But kings can't enter from the blue and black entrances, or it will cause void turbulence. Because the space entrance can't carry the power of a king, you don't know where you will be sent in the void turbulence. Han Fei nodded. I see. Han Xian continued, also, after entering the monarch palace, there are many abandoned places. These places are mostly on the periphery of the monarch palace. They have been broken through over the past tens of thousands of years, and are generally not dangerous. However, that's relative to the venerable realm. However, if you explore deeper, you will still encounter danger. This depends on one's luck and fate. For kings, they rarely appear in these places, because their luck will decide where they appear. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, does it mean that the place where a king appears is generally more dangerous than venerables? Han Xian said, that's for sure. That's the monarch palace. If a king hides among a group of venerables and starts a massacre, who can stop him? The monarch palace is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. The former arrangements of the monarch palace won't allow things like this to happen. Han Fei nodded slightly. It doesn't matter which opportunity can be obtained. For nothing? Since I was young, I've encountered a lot of opportunities. Han Xian nodded. Also, don't rush to enter the monarch palace, because there are a lot of places that haven't been explored. Therefore, no one knows what's there. Walk slowly and feel every crisis. According to my judgment, those crises don't appear for nothing. Since they appear, they should appear for a reason. Walking slowly has its benefits. Anyway, the monarch palace will be open for 3 years. When the time is up, everyone will be sent out. Han Fei suddenly said, sent out together? Han Xian said, the places sent out are different, just like when you enter it. Of course, there is still a possibility of being hunted. Therefore, when people leave the monarch palace, there are often battles. This is one of the reasons why so many people died on the trip to the monarch palace. If 70% of the people died in the monarch palace, 20% died when they came out. Han Fei thought of something. So, if the few sky openers hunt us at that time, won't we be at their mercy? Han Xian shook his head. No. Of course not. The area within 3 million kilometers of the imperial palace is a place of competition for the entrances. Those in the sky opening realm don't dare to go there. If a sky opener wants to go there, there will definitely be great dangers blocking their way. Therefore, you see, none of the sky opening realm cultivators in the raging sea are preparing to go to the monarch palace. Great dangers? Han Xian nodded. That's what I'm worried about. There seems to be great dangers in the monarch palace, so I think the probability of exploring the entire monarch palace is extremely low, almost nil. Han Fei nodded and said, I see. As long as sky openers can't attack me, ordinary hunting is normal. Han Xian said, it's good that you know. Go as far as you can. If you can't walk anymore and want to save your life, stop in a relatively safe place and wait for 3 years. I'm just afraid that the environment you are in doesn't allow you to do this. Han Fei smiled. You mean I may not be able to enter the origin sea? Han Xian shook his head. No, you can't. You may be able to use the power of the origin sea, but if you want to enter, your origin sea might be targeted. Han Fei took a deep breath. It does sound dangerous. Han Xian said, that's all I know. Being slow is enough to increase your survival rate by 30%. Han Fei cupped his fists. Thank you, Uncle Xian. Han Xian waved his hand. Forget it. By the way, does your avatar want to go back with me? Einer has been urging me. Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay. Letting his avatar go to the 9-palace world was naturally a way for Han Xian and Einer to protect him. Han Fei was not stupid. The monarch palace was so dangerous that he had to be prepared. However, he believed even more that if he couldn't even explore the monarch palace, how could he open the sky and even become a monarch, let alone become a god? When Xianqingzi, Bei Luochen, and Huabili sensed it, they found that 8 important trading centers in the heavenly imperial city had been destroyed. The heavenly imperial tree had disappeared into thin air. Although the supreme clearness immortal locking array was still open, there was no sign of the enemy. Bei Luochen looked at the ancient sword hanging in the air and asked, who is the intruder? Everyone had already surrounded him. A king said, Emperor Xian, this attack was launched by demon Han Fei, who came with the top king of the 9-palace world. Han Fei attacked Yang Rui and the others in the Soul Sea and killed them. Humph. Xianqingzi was so angry that he clenched his fists, wishing he could find Han Fei right away and kill him. Bei Luochen asked in surprise, are you saying that the 9-palace world has appeared? The king nodded. Yes, that person looks very much like Han Xian. Han Xian? Xianqingzi and Bei Luochen's hearts sank at the same time. This name, just Like Han Guangxu back then, couldn't be underestimated. Han Guangxu was a person who was meticulous and cunning. He was the one who saved the Yin world back then. Otherwise, how could there be the current Han Fei? As for Han Xian, he was also a genius. This guy created the God of War armor. A combat armor with extremely high intelligence. Back then, he used this to run away with the Nine Palace world. They didn't expect that Han Xian would choose to appear at this moment just to snatch some resources. Xian Qingzi said they didn't dare to break into the Supreme Clearness Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, even if Han Xian is here, they won't be able to escape. Bei Luochen, the Supreme Clearness Immortal Locking Array, failed to lock the two of them? The king said Han Fei escaped from the River of Time. He controlled the Great Tao of Time and left a time halo before he left. Xian Qingzi and Bei Luochen looked at each other. At this moment, Han Fei had already become so powerful that they could no longer do anything to him. Although Han Fei wasn't strong enough yet, if he successfully came out of the Monarch Palace, the consequences would be disastrous. Bei Luochen said, "It seems that everyone has to try their best in this trip to the Monarch Palace. After all, we can't let him grow up." Xian Qingzi said, "I'm afraid it's unrealistic to continue to surround the Sword God world." When Xian Qingzi learned that 4 kings had died, he Dao Yuan, the master of Supreme Clearness, certainly knew it too. At this moment, he Dao Yuan's expression was also ugly. It was not easy to become a king. Although there were many kings in the Supreme Clearness world, they couldn't afford losing 4 kings so easily. This must have been a sudden attack when Xian Qingzi was not at home. Now, Xian Qingzi would definitely return, and Bei Luochen was not stupid. Han Fei even dared to touch the Supreme Clearness and Infinity. Would he not dare to touch the Infinity world? Therefore, Bei Luochen would probably stay to guard the Infinity world. Then, how did Huabuli dare to stay in his heavenly palace? If he did, he would probably die. In the distance, the Sword God and He Dao Yuan were confronting each other. The Sword God seemed to notice He Dao Yuan's abnormality. He said bluntly, "He Dao Yuan, it's actually not very useful to surround our 4 palaces. It's true that if you dare to fight me to the death, you can take down our 4 palaces at the expense of sacrificing a sky-opening realm cultivator, but the problem is, do you dare?" He Dao Yuan knew that his operation this time had failed. If he didn't go back to guard the Supreme Clearness world, if Han Fei took advantage of the opening of the Monarch Palace to cause trouble again, Supreme Clearness and Infinity might be able to bear it, but the other worlds wouldn't. He Dao Yuan snorted. Retreat. When He Dao Yuan chose to retreat, Han Fei had already secretly reached the Golden Crow world. He didn't believe that Xian Qingzi could still stay here after such a big thing happened. However, when the vast ocean navigator turned, Han Fei found that Huabuli was gone too. Son of AB****, you ran quite fast. Humph. Since Huabuli ran away, Han Fei was no longer interested in going to the Golden Crow world. But Han Fei didn't return to the Yin world immediately. He found a random place, took out his fishing hook, and planned to continue to study the time fishing technique. Before going to the Monarch Palace, he couldn't learn this new technique for nothing. He had to study how to use it. The previous 2 experiments proved that the things caught with the time fishing technique couldn't be preserved for a long time. Han Fei thought to himself, if pills can be caught, what about other things? Han Fei immediately thought of Han Xian's Thousand Opportunities divine ghost compass. He didn't know if he could catch it. If he could, why would he bother to make one? Han Fei threw the fishing hook and started fishing from the time node on the battlefield of the supreme clearness world. The hook caught nothing, but Han Fei felt resistance. Perhaps because the Thousand Opportunities divine ghost compass was of a higher level, it was not easy to catch. But Han Fei didn't give up. Once, twice, 3 times. He actually caught the Thousand Opportunities divine ghost compass the 8th time he tried. At the moment when the Thousand Opportunities divine ghost compass was caught, Han Fei felt that he could control it without even making it acknowledge him as its master. It felt as if his consciousness was connected to the Thousand Opportunities divine ghost compass. As long as he thought of something, arrays would appear in the void. With a thought, an array will appear. What a strange power. And Han Fei sensed that there was something sealed in the Thousand Opportunities divine ghost compass, which looked like a set of armor. He couldn't help but remember the armor Han Xian wore when he sparred with him. It could deflect half of the force. However, to release this armor, he needed to untie the thousands of array chains around the Thousand Opportunities divine ghost compass with a thought. However, Han Fei was telepathically connected to the Thousand Opportunities divine ghost compass, so a strange black armor quickly appeared on his body. Hiss. It feels so powerful. This armor seems to be alive. Yes, Han Fei felt that this armor seemed to have intelligence. Did this armor have a soul sealed in it? Han Fei had a feeling that if he didn't move in battle, he could just let this armor control his body. Unfortunately, no one came to spar with him. Han Fei immediately thought of the ancient sword that he had just fought. That thing was really strong. He didn't know if he could catch it. That thing had its own consciousness too, and was also very strong. If he could catch that thing over, now that the force had been reduced by 50%, it might not be able to hurt him again. 11. Therefore, Han Fei fished again, but this time, he fished 12 times in a row before he pulled out the ancient sword from time. Although he had fought the ancient sword a moment ago, it was obvious that it was not easy to fish, as he expected, if he really wanted to use something. With this fishing speed, it would be too late when he finally caught it. The moment the ancient sword appeared, Han Fei immediately shouted, "Hey! Evil sword, come and fight me again if you have balls." However, Han Fei was surprised to find that the ancient sword didn't attack him at all. Instead, it fell beside him and trembled around him. Huh? Why? Can I use it? Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Can something I caught from time be controlled by me? Han Fei grabbed the ancient sword with one hand, but the sword didn't resist, and was easily caught by him. F***ck. So everything I catch belongs to me? Han Fei was a little confused too. He thought to himself, isn't this time fishing technique too powerful? If its function is so powerful, all the good things in the world can be used by me as long as I have seen them? Han Fei grabbed the ancient sword and slashed backhand. In an instant, the spiritual energy and energy in his body were drained, and this was still not enough. Han Fei hurriedly activated the power of the Origin Sea. Qi La. A sky-splitting sword beam spanned thousands of kilometers across the sea, creating a trench dozens of kilometers deep at the bottom of the sea. Buzz. After this slash, Han Fei immediately saw that the ancient sword was unstable, as if it was about to dissipate at any time. Han Fei was shocked. Is this thing so strong? Finally, after 10 seconds, the ancient sword disappeared into thin air as if it didn't exist at all. About 60 seconds after the ancient sword disappeared, the 1,000 Opportunities divine ghost compass also disappeared. This time, Han Fei concluded that anything he could catch, be it weapons or resources, could be used by him. But Han Fei immediately had a new idea. What about fishing a person? Han Fei had planned to try fishing Huabuli, but then he thought that the other party might notice him. So, he decided to try how far he could fish, so he decided to fish Old Han. Fishing Old Han meant that he would have to cross the time river of decades to return to the last time he met Old Han. Swish. One hook failed. 2 hooks failed. In the end, on the 5th time, Han Fei pulled out a familiar figure from time. Who else could it be but Old Han? Han Fei couldn't help being surprised. Although the section of the river of time he had crossed was a little far, Old Han was only in the Half-King realm at that time, so it was easier to fish him. Han Fei couldn't help looking at Old Han, but he found that Old Han looked dull, as if he didn't know him at all. Han Fei asked tentatively, "Old Han, can you hear me?" Han Fei shouted for a long time, but Old Han didn't respond. Then, Han Fei ordered, "Old Han, make me a cup of tea." Then, Han Fei waved his hand, and a table and tea set appeared on the sea. Old Han was making tea with glassy eyes. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the things I catch are all limited. I guess Old Han will only stay for a while at most. Although the time fishing technique is a divine technique, there are drawbacks. I might not be able to catch what I want immediately, and the time limit is the greatest drawback. Slurp. Ah. Han Fei drank a cup of tea and thought for a long time, ready to explore other uses of the time fishing technique. But suddenly, Old Han said, "Don't enter time." Buzz. Han Fei suddenly looked at Old Han. He only saw a slight struggle on Old Han's face before he returned to a daze. "Old Han, Old Han." Han Fei gestured in front of Han Guangqiu for a long time, but the latter didn't respond at all. At this time, the old turtle said, "Did you just fish someone from time? How did you do this?" Han Fei said, "I estimate that it should be a projection in history, so it can only exist for a moment before dissipating." The old turtle asked, "Really? Then can you fish my great Tao back?" Hiss. Han Fei's eyelids twitched, and he immediately said, "Old Yuan, you are really *King genius." Han Fei thought to himself that he had never tried to fish a great Tao before. But wasn't Old Han warning him just now? Han Fei was not in a hurry to use the time fishing technique again. He couldn't help but say, "That's not right. Even if I catch your great Tao back, won't it disappear?" Old Yuan asked, "Will the great Tao disappear?" Han Fei asked, "Didn't yours disappear?" Old Yuan, "Mine was swallowed by you." Han Fei. Han Fei also suspected that if it was something like the great Tao, it was really hard to say. He said, "Old Yuan, do you think your great Tao can be regenerated after it collapses? Anyway, you're not dead." The old turtle said, "I think it's strange too. Logically speaking, I should have died when my great Tao was broken, but I'm still alive. This makes me wonder if there are still remnants of my great Tao. Why don't you try fishing it? Anyway, we'll know if it's useful after you try it." At this moment, Han Fei saw Old Han's figure fade away. Even when he disappeared, he was still in a daze. Han Fei said, "Okay, I'll give it a try." If it doesn't work, there's nothing I can do. Han Fei thought to himself, fishing for the great Tao of others is really exciting. As he threw out the hook, he tried to cross the river of time and return to the past. Han Fei didn't know how to fish for the great Tao, so he just recited it silently and cast the fishing hook. However, Han Fei did catch something heavy. Han Fei's eyes glittered. It worked. However, as soon as he said so, a power of time strangled him from the opposite direction. Han Fei was horrified and subconsciously let go, only to see his fishing pole instantly collapse. F***ck. Han Fei flashed with golden light and retreated 10,000 kilometers. A blue halo twisted where he was, and within 1,000 kilometers, many creatures instantly decayed and withered. Han Fei broke into a cold sweat. Old Yuan, are you F***king kidding me? If my reaction had been any slower, I would have been swallowed by that time. Son of a B***tch, it's too terrifying. Han Fei was horrified. Just a moment ago, old Han said not to enter time, and in the next moment, it happened. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Just now, time was messed up and he was almost killed. The old turtle was lost for words. Well, I didn't expect this. Han Fei said, forget it, I'm not going to study it anymore. Let's go. Anyway, you're only in the sky-opening realm. I think I'll have to give it a second thought before I do what you ask me to do in the future. The old turtle. When Han Fei returned to the Yinyang world, everyone was already ready. In the Thug Academy, the group of people were eating at a big round table. Wang Dashui said, Junior brother, did you forget us? Although we're not half-kings yet, we're not weak. We might be able to gain something from this trip to the monarch palace. As soon as he said so, Old Bai scolded him, are you out of your mind? Do you really think you're invincible? Don't you know why Han Fei only allows the half-kings and above to go? You're not even a half-king. Aren't you courting death if you go there? Wang Dashui mumbled, then the void vine. Old Jiang said, void vine is very special. It can run very fast, but can you run as fast as it? It won't die even if a part of it is cut off. Come on, let me cut you into a few pieces, and see if you can survive. On the other side, Yi Shiyan tugged at Zhang Xuanyu's arm. Darling, take me with you. I feel that I'm super powerful. Zhang Xuanyu said impatiently, you're not strong at all, okay? Do you really not know how to spell the word death? Even a half-king might die there, let alone you, a mere advanced venerable. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei appeared. Hey! Are you eating? Make some room for me. Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but ask, where have you been? As everyone looked at Han Fei. They hadn't seen him in the past few days. They didn't know where he had gone. Now that Han Fei was strong and elusive, as long as he wasn't around, they felt that he had gone to cause trouble. Han Fei said, nothing. I went to the Dragon Subduing World and the Supreme Clearness World. Everyone. Zhang Xuanyu pouted. Look, is this human language? Lu Renkuang said, I bet he secretly went to rob people and make a fortune. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Lu Renkuang. What a sharp eye. He guessed it right away. Seeing Han Fei's look, everyone knew that Lu Renkuang had guessed right. Old Jiang snorted. You only know how to explore crazily on the edge of death. Don't get yourself killed one day. Luo Xiaobai asked, when are we leaving? Han Fei said, tomorrow. Tomorrow? Everyone at the table was surprised. Old Bai said, isn't there still 3 months? Han Fei said, near the monarch palace, there's an area with a radius of 3 million kilometers where sky openers can't reach. Therefore, I'll ask our allies for a roadmap tomorrow. Let's go in advance and enter the 3 million kilometers first. Luo Xiaobai asked, why can't sky-opening realm cultivators reach this place? Han Fei said, it said that it will cause great horror. As for what it is, I don't know. Luo Xiaobai asked, is this 3 million kilometers a safe area? Han Fei said, not really. There's also danger within this area. But you can enter my origin sea first. When the monarch palace opens, I'll let you out. Everyone couldn't help but look gloomy. With an enemy in the sky opening realm, they had to be very careful even when exploring secret realms. If they were accidentally caught by the enemy, the consequences would be disastrous. The next day, Snow God's Temple. Han Fei and the Snow Lady met again. The Snow Lady said, I'm going too this time. Han Fei asked in surprise, why? The Snow Lady said, as I said before, some of the people who became kings back then have almost reached the end of their lifespans. If we don't go this time, it will be even more difficult for us to go in the future. Han Fei frowned. Why? The Snow Lady said, this time, you caused a huge uproar. The wild abyss didn't stop you, and now it's said that the supreme clearness world has retreated. If you rise to prominence, who can feel at ease? Besides, many people are indeed about to reach the end of their lives. They have to go. This time, there might be a scene of many kings exploring the monarch palace together. The more people there are, the stronger they will be. Even if they are not allies, their goal of exploring the monarch palace is the same. Han Fei said, got it. They choose to concentrate their firepower on this exploration to explore as far as they can and take as many opportunities as they can. Then it's up to fate whether they can survive or not, right? The Snow Lady, that's right. Han Fei grinned. So, Huang Jia must be going too. The Snow Lady looked at Han Fei in surprise. Is the million poison world your ally? The Snow Lady couldn't help but remember that when she went to the land of King Death last time, Han Fei had boarded Huang Jia's ship. In that case, there might have been signs at that time, but she didn't know how Han Fei developed trust with Huang Jia. Han Fei said, I'm going first. Once we enter the monarch palace, if we can meet, we'll help each other. If not, take care. The Snow Lady tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei. She was really a little emotional. How could anyone rise to such a level in such a short period of time? It was said that Han Fei's strength had already entered the top 10 of the sea establishment realm in the Raging Sea, and according to the data of the Martial Emperor City, he was currently ranked 5th. It wasn't that Han Fei could only be ranked 5th, but that he was ranked in the top 5. It meant that he was ranked at least 5th. But the 5th place was already beyond the reach of countless sea establishers. If it weren't for those sky openers, it could be said that Han Fei had already reached the top. However, Han Fei didn't feel that way. He felt that there were still many people suppressing him. Not to mention the sky openers, Xia Xiachan's mother. Xia Hongzhu, the Queen of War, had yet to recover her strength and was already in the sky opening realm. If her strength recovered, Han Fei suspected that she would be able to touch the threshold of the monarch realm. What made Han Fei feel most depressed was the existence of the monarch palace. It had suppressed the raging sea for 100,000 years. It could be imagined how terrifying a monarch was. It could also be imagined that he was still far away from the ceiling of strength in this world. Even a monarch could suppress the raging sea. Then what about an existence at the level of a god? Han Fei had thought that the monarch palace would be in the inner sea, but in fact, it wasn't. If the raging sea was divided into the inner and outer sea, then the monarch palace happened to be in the outer sea, but its direction was in the east. The raging sea took the direction of the monarch palace as the east. However, once you left the vicinity of the monarch palace, you wouldn't even know which direction was north, south, east, and west. You would only circle around and go back, or you would sink into the raging sea. So far, except for the human king who went east and Xiao Hongzhu, no one had left the raging sea. After Xiao Hongzhu returned, it had been 100,000 years. Whether she could still find her way out was a mystery. This was because Xiao Hongzhu and the others, who were the first batch of people to travel to the east, had never seen the monarch palace. The monarch palace appeared later. Therefore, Han Fei even suspected that a monarch-level powerhouse had deliberately sealed this place. Anyway, following the route map given by the Snow Lady, Han Fei flashed for a full day. Although he took a break during this period, the distance was far away. During this period, Han Fei passed 13 landmarks marked on the route, and then realized that he had walked about 2/3 of the way. Half a day later, Han Fei came to a warm sea area rich in resources, and suitable for the survival of all creatures such as coral reefs. According to the Snow Lady, when one first came here, he would find that there were colorful colors here, but the deeper he went, the redder the color inside. There were many towering stone pillars here, and the surrounding stone pillars were full of colorful plants and animals. As he went deeper, the main color of these stone pillars also turned red. The Snow Lady warned him that he would officially enter the monarch palace after another 100,000 kilometers. As for where the monarch palace was, he couldn't perceive it with his perception. He could only enter it through the teleportation entrance that appeared in this sea area when the monarch palace opened. However, there were hidden dangers in this sea area, and the level of danger was very high. The Snow Lady said that before entering the monarch palace, just in this sea area, 10 to 30% of explorers might die. Only when everyone was in the half-king realm did the probability of death drop to about 10%. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and immediately found the problem. When his perception extended about 110,000 kilometers, it disappeared as if it had been absorbed by some power. He couldn't see anything and seemed to be able to only see with the naked eye. Oh. Interesting. Absorbing perception and making everyone blind. In such a vast territory, it's hard to say if we can meet anyone, but we will definitely encounter other forms of danger. Han Fei thought for a moment. He had to go in anyway. It made no difference whether he went in now or later. Buzz. Han Fei leaped with golden light and appeared directly in the sea area. Han Fei didn't know where he was, but at this moment, there were wisps of red mist in the surrounding seawater, as if the seawater had become turbid. This red turbidity could have normal vision. Han Fei happened to be next to a colorful stone pillar. Although his Perception was ineffective, he still tried to perceive around. However, as soon as he spread out his perception, it touched the red mist, causing his perception directly to be swallowed, and he couldn't even perceive. A meter away. Whoosh! While Han Fei was chuckling, he saw that the void next to him shattered into a pair of scissors and suddenly clamped over. Colorful and poisonous, it was a fat worm with a tail like a pair of scissors. Its body was full of marine plants, shells, and seaweed, and it was stuck to the stone pillar. Its disguise was simply flawless. This creature was already extremely fast, but Han Fei was a sea establisher. Anyway, the moment its killing intent burst out, Han Fei's eyes had already fallen on it. Han Fei clasped his hands and grabbed the two scissors that could cut through the void. Seeing that it seemed to be a creature made of stone and grass, information popped up in his eyes. Name: Bloody Scissor Worm. Introduction: living in a place that has been suffused with blood for a long time, they grow by absorbing the suppressing power in the blood and chi of this realm. The bloody scissor worms can completely blend into the natural environment. In a non-combat state, they can be plants, insects, or stones. This worm is poisonous. Once the poison enters the blood, it can corrode the bloodline. Level: greater than 88. Quality: exotic. Realm: advanced venerable. Chaotic chi contained greater than 59 wisps. Battle technique: blood light scissors, shadowless scissors, blood dissolving poisonous spike. Collectible: blood dissolving poison, bloodtail scissors. Absorbable. Remarks: this insect is poisonous. Han Fei saw that there were some dark green marks on his hands. Before the insect reacted, he tore the insect in half with his hands. The void lines were attached to it, and the demon purification pot absorbed the chaotic chi in the insect's body quickly. Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the harvest. Although this insect hadn't reached the peak of the venerable realm, it still had dozens of wisps of chaotic chi. At this speed, wouldn't it be easy for him to get tens of thousands of wisps of chaotic chi if he hunted for a few more months here? Without stopping here, he continued to swim deeper into this place. The scenery along the way became more and more strange, because the colors here were too beautiful and pure. For example, Han Fei saw a large area of black and yellow striped sea anemones. The color was so pure that it was almost glowing, as shiny as polished gold. There were also red poisonous mushrooms, blue and white spiders, and corals of various colors. Only the ground and the rock skin were dark red. Han Fei felt that he seemed to have entered a sea of paintings. All kinds of colors surrounded him, making his eyes a little uncomfortable. Han Fei thought that he would encounter a lot of danger, but when he walked forward, he found that no creatures attacked him. Except for the one just now. No other creatures ambushed Han Fei again. Han Fei was curious. He fused with Little Black and Little White and soon discovered something wrong. He found that in a place that he couldn't see just now, after a sea anemone saw him, it immediately turned into a normal sea anemone. A colorful crab shrank itself into a stone, and a squid drilled into its nest. It seemed that these creatures had discovered Han Fei long ago. Huh? I couldn't even discover them. How did they discover me? Han Fei flew past these creatures, but they didn't attack him. Instead, he found that these creatures weren't very strong and didn't even need to be hunted. After searching for quite a while, Han Fei went at least 1,000,000 kilometers deep When there were more and more turbid red particles in the surrounding seawater, he found a blood coral spider in the half-king realm under the guidance of the vast ocean navigator. The spider disguised itself very well under the cover of the turbid red mist. It could even conceal its spiritual energy and energy state. If Han Fei hadn't seen its information, he would have missed it. When Han Fei approached the spider, he took action. Unlike other creatures, although the spider didn't move, a big net fell silently. The moment the big net fell, Han Fei felt a sharp claw extending out of the void and stabbing the back of his head. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to defend against. Oh! Han Fei waved his hand, and a knife light burst out. In the next moment, the net broke and the claw shattered. From beginning to end, the spider didn't move at all. Han Fei didn't attack immediately. He just wanted to see if the spider would attack again. As he expected, the spider didn't attack again but stayed still, trying to hide itself. Huh? Han Fei couldn't help but wonder. This spider's combat power was not low, and its attack methods were not bad. If it were an ordinary half-king, he might not have been able to completely dodge it. Besides, even if he dodged this sneak attack, so what? The spider's original body hadn't even attacked. It could be seen that the half-king creatures here had extraordinary hunting methods. This was why most of the people coming from the raging sea to explore the monarch palace gradually became half-kings here. However, the spider didn't attack again because it found that Han Fei was very strong. But this time, Han Fei keenly noticed that when he shattered the claw sting, a tiny part of the turbid red mist in the water passed through his body after it shattered. No wonder. Han Fei suddenly understood why no creatures attacked him along the way. It turned out that when he was destroying the red mist, this strange red mist seemed to reflect his strength. Han Fei checked the reflection but didn't find anything. Yes, even with his strength as a king, he didn't find anything wrong with the red mist, nor did he find anything on his body. It seemed that only the creatures here could feel it. Therefore, when Han Fei approached other creatures, these creatures could know how powerful Han Fei was, so they didn't attack him at all. Han Fei was speechless. So, a king in this so-called dangerous area was actually equivalent to being in a safe area? In that case, the embroidery needle appeared in Han Fei's hand, and he thrust out his spear, nailing the blood-colored coral spider to death. The void lines buckled, and Han Fei put his hand on the rock-like spider and swallowed its chaotic chi. Han Fei grinned. In that case, I won't hold back. Xiao Bai, let's hunt. Han Fei said in high spirits, Little White, find me the half-king creatures. Here. However, after a brief stun, Little White looked at Han Fei. Dad, I can't find any. Huh? Han Fei, who was in high spirits just now, was dumbfounded to hear what Little White said. He asked in surprise, how can you not find it? How can they hide from your eyes? Little White swam around Han Fei a few times. Dad, I can't feel anything. Spiritual energy, or energy. I can't even see 100 meters away. Han Fei's heart sank. It seemed that he was still too naive. It made sense. If the half-kings here were so easy to hunt, this place would have become a resource-gathering ground for the kings in the raging sea. Then there wouldn't have been any half-kings left here. Therefore, if he wanted to hunt, he could only do it through the vast ocean navigator. According to the speed of hunting 3 times a day, he could only hunt 90 times a month. Even if the average chaotic chi, contained by a half-king, was about 150 wisps, it was equivalent to 13,500 wisps of chaotic chi. Plus the chaotic chi he had accumulated now, it would exceed 45,000 wisps. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It was already a lot. At least, if he came out of the monarch palace in the future, he could hunt here for a year or so. As long as there were enough half-kings here, it wouldn't be difficult for him to accumulate chaotic chi. With this in mind, Han Fei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator. The hunt had officially begun. 3 months later, Han Fei estimated that it would be less than 2 days before the monarch palace opened. In the past 3 months, Han Fei had hunted 102 half-kings, some of which he found and killed. This was not bullying the weak, but the law of survival in nature. During this period, Han Fei had obtained 15,096 wisps of chaotic chi, and his total chaotic chi had reached 46,015 wisps. The amount of chaotic chi he stored now was probably the most in the entire raging sea. He had asked the old turtle how much chaotic chi a sea establisher should store. However, this time, the old turtle didn't have an accurate explanation. He could only provide information about him. He said that when he transcended the tribulation to become a king, the amount of chaotic chi he had just exceeded 50,000 wisps. This number really shocked Han Fei, because among the kings Han Fei had killed so far, who had so much chaotic chi? However, the old turtle explained, but I slept on an ancient battlefield for tens of thousands of years. An emperor-level powerhouse died on that battlefield, so I absorbed a lot of chaotic chi. Han Fei thought to himself, the old turtle is an exception. He had so much chaotic chi because of opportunities. He hadn't even surpassed the old turtle, so he didn't think that his chaotic chi was the most anymore. Buzz. Suddenly, when Han Fei was preparing for today's hunt, the red mist in this sea area seemed to be boiling. Immediately afterward, Han Fei saw that all the creatures he saw no longer hid themselves. For example, a sea anemone in the junior venerable realm not far from Han Fei suddenly bloomed. Every sea anemone tentacle was a sharp knife that could extend 100 meters. Han Fei passed by other places and found that wherever he passed, all the creatures no longer hid themselves and appeared one after another. However, Han Fei felt that they seemed to have entered a berserk state. Is this the so-called entrance danger? When something strange happened here, Han Fei knew that the monarch palace was about to open. If he guessed right, the kings had already arrived at the periphery of this place. Because of the red mist, even a sky opener couldn't perceive the situation in the red mist sea from the periphery. Therefore, people like Bei Luochen were destined to be unable to find him. Even if they had already set up an ambush outside, as long as he broke into the Red Sea, they were helpless. Perhaps this was also a kind of protection for the people who came to explore. As for sky openers, they didn't need to explore the monarch palace at all. With a thought from Han Fei, the illusion of mountains and rivers was reflected, and Xia Xiaochan and the others all appeared near him. Even the hexagon starfish was forcibly summoned out by Han Fei. Han Fei threw the hexagon starfish to Xia Xiaochan. With the hexagon starfish's current ability, it could protect Xia Xiaochan, but it was almost impossible for it to protect him. As soon as they appeared, they observed their surroundings. Someone immediately said, "Perception is useless here." It can't even penetrate. Half a meter outside my body. Ziluo said, these sea demon plants are a little strange. They're swaying so violently and crazily as if they're burning their blood to fight. Zhang Xuanyu said, for some reason, I feel an adventurous vibe that I haven't felt in a long time. At this moment, everyone had realized where they were. This must be the Monarch Palace. Han Fei said, everyone, listen up. The Monarch Palace will open in less than 2 days. Therefore, from this moment on, I can no longer protect you. Now, I'll give you a few pieces of information about the Monarch Palace, which are enough to increase your survival rate by 30%. Hearing that it could increase their survival rate, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Although they had made countless preparations for this trip to the Monarch Palace, this was a dangerous situation after all. Their chances of death would be as high as 90%. Who wouldn't panic? After a while, when Han Fei told them what Han Xian told him, everyone was a little surprised. Was it so simple to increase the survival rate? Han Fei said, don't think this is simple. Do you know how many half-kings will enter the Monarch Palace this time? I'm afraid that at a conservative estimate, there will probably be more than 5,000 of them. Listen, they're half-kings, not venerables. In addition to humans, there are also sea demons. Undersea humans, the merman pirates, the martial emperor city, the 10 great pirate teams, and even giant beasts, as well as itinerant cultivators in this raging sea. There will be countless strong masters. Whether you can come out alive depends on you. Hiss. As the only peak-level venerable present, the Void Vine asked nervously. Master Human King, am I too weak? Han Fei said grumpily, you can try running out now. If I've guessed right. There are a few sky openers 1,000,000 kilometers away. Maybe they will be kind enough to let you go. The Void Vine, well, then I'll just stay. Luo Xiaobai asked, what's wrong with where we are now? Han Fei said, it should be a sign that the Monarch Palace is about to open. Because your perception can't detect it, and the creatures here are too good at disguising themselves, even I might not be able to find the disguised creatures here at a close distance. Therefore, when looking for the entrance, you will definitely be attacked by a large number of creatures. In theory, 10% of you will die here. Han Fei looked at everyone. However, melees should be what you are best at. As long as you pay attention, don't get ambushed, and be vigilant at all times, the probability of survival is still very high. You just need to choose a good entrance. This time, I won't help you find your way one by one. You have to find your own ways. In this sea of red mist, your own fate will be up to you. Luo Xiaobai asked, shall we go now? Han Fei said, it doesn't matter. It's dangerous, but also an opportunity. If you can't even find the entrance, entering the Monarch Palace is equivalent to suicide. Everyone agreed. If they died outside without even finding the door, how could they explore the Monarch Palace? Han Fei said bluntly, you can leave now. As long as you don't leave the range of this red mist sea, unless you encounter a sea establisher, the strongest creature here is at the same level as you. Anyway, I hope you can come back alive. In the Demon Beast Union's team, Serpent Mengyue, Tianjiu, White Ferret, and Mystic Shadow all said goodbye to Han Fei. Serpent Mengyue said, thank you for your care over the past decades, Human King. If we can return in 3 years, we will definitely be the most loyal allies of the Inyang world. The insect king turned into a bald man and cupped his hands at Han Fei. I can't thank you enough. Zi Luo said, thank you, human king. If we become kings this time, the forest of terror will pledge loyalty to the Yinyang world. Song Kaiyuan and the others also cupped their hands. Thank you, human king. We'll take our leave. Han Fei smiled. Life and death are up to fate. Take care. Swish. 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 Everyone bid farewell to Han Fei one by one. Although they knew that it was very likely that they would never return, this was what the path of cultivation was like. They only hoped that they could return as kings and stand at the peak of this world. Even Han Fei was the same. When everyone had left, there were only Luo Xiaobai and Ren Tianfei left. Ren Tianfei smiled and said, this place can't stump me. I'm leaving. In the monarch palace, there must be many conflicts among the half-kings. They need a real powerhouse like me to guard this place. Han Fei smiled. Old Ren, in fact, you had been to the monarch palace, right? Hee hee. Ren Tianfei laughed dryly. So what? That was a long time ago. The current monarch palace is definitely different from before. The current monarch palace will probably be even more difficult. Han Fei said, no matter how difficult it is, others may not be able to become kings this time, but there's no reason for you not to become a king. Unless you continue to explore the deepest part. Old Ren, don't go too far. Didn't the masters of the heavenly masters fight for treasures back then? Ren Tianfei said, hey. I don't know if I should say this. However, before Han Fei could speak, Ren Tianfei continued, there are some things that you should listen to Han Xian, but when it comes to the treasures of the monarch palace, don't be slow. If the kings had considered these things back then, how many of them do you think could have their current strength? Where do you think the sky-opening realm came from? The strong compete with others, the heavens, and their fates. Therefore, never hesitate to compete. Both Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were silent for a while after hearing Ren Tianfei's explanation. At this moment, the hexagon starfish said leisurely, well, I don't want to compete. Can I return to Han Fei's origin sea? Everyone. Han Fei put on a cold smile. Is your skin itchy again? The hexagon starfish. Xiao Xiaochan pressed the hexagon starfish and said, you'll stay with me. If I die, you die, understood? Lu Renkuang asked, then are we going our separate ways? Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Don't make it sound like we're separated forever. Haven't we experienced enough danger since we were young? Which time wasn't a narrow escape? Luo Xiaobai said, we're no longer the 5-person team back then. The stronger we are, the less likely there will be a team. But we do have our own paths. We just need to walk it with determination. If we can't make it, it's because we're unlucky. If we can, there will definitely be greater challenges waiting for us in the future. Therefore, this trip to the monarch palace is just a hurdle. Xiao Xiaochan said, just try our best. Don't be so pessimistic. Lu Renkuang also said, that's right, but I still think that survival is the most important at critical moments. Take it easy. Don't be reckless. Hearing it, everyone couldn't help looking at Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai said, okay, let's go. Since the entrance is the only one, we don't know how many there are. If there is a scramble, we won't just have to guard against this marine creature, but also against humans. Therefore, we need to disperse as soon as possible and find a suitable entrance to enter. Directly. Han Fei said, okay, let's meet outside. Xia Xiaochan said, see you outside. Zhang Xuanyu said, I really look forward to the moment I become a king. Don't envy me then. Lu Renquang said, I wonder if the monarch's house has a kitchen. I wonder if the ingredients inside have gone bad. Everyone. After saying goodbye to everyone, Han Fei said leisurely, Old Yuan. This time, it decides if we can go to the real infinite ocean. If necessary, help me. The old turtle was lost for words. I can't help you now. What else can I help you with? Han Fei said, at least, you know more than me. Although you might not know it. Right. The old turtle said, although I've never been here before, in fact, there are many places as dangerous as this. Just do your best. With your current means. Even if you can't explore the entire monarch palace, you can at least explore more than others. If you go to the outside world and find my original body, the place where I sleep will be full of opportunities. Oh? Han Fei thought to himself, the old turtle is afraid that I'll be killed. If I die, he will die too. If it were me, I would definitely be worried too. However, I don't believe that there are so many opportunities in the place where the old turtle's original body is. Can they make me an emperor or even a monarch? With the old turtle's personality, he must be sleeping somewhere. Only then could he avoid the so-called era of the death of the gods. Han Fei said, don't worry. Why would I come here to die? Let's go. Before I return from the monarch palace, it's meaningless to deal with supreme clearness and infinity. I have to find a way in. Perhaps because it wasn't time yet, the entrance to the monarch palace hadn't been opened. During this period of time, Han Fei didn't know if it was the hunting feast of all the half-kings who came to explore the monarch palace or the hunting feast of the native creatures here, but there was inevitably a crazy battle. After everyone left, Han Fei wandered deeper. Han Fei wondered if he would encounter sea establishers from other heavenly palaces, the 100 Demon clan, and the Undersea Human clan here. This was because these people were conceited about their strength and would often go to the center. The closer he got to the center, the higher the probability of encountering them. At least, that was what Han Fei thought. As for where the center of this sea area was, he just needed to look at the surrounding environment. In the environment, the more red there was, the closer to the center. Without thinking, Han Fei flew thousands of kilometers away. However, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he saw a burst of black poisonous stingers shooting at him. Han Fei took a look and found that it was just an advanced venerable sea urchin. How dare it even attack him? Han Fei didn't even bother to respond. How could an advanced venerable understand the speed of a sea establisher? Humph. As Han Fei snorted, the terrifying pressure crushed the sea urchin into a pancake, and even its soul and body exploded. It was deader than dead. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it. He just thought that the abnormal movement in the monarch palace had a certain effect on these marine creatures, making them crazy. They could feel how terrifying he was before, but now they couldn't. In fact, as Han Fei expected, some creatures still dared to attack him. Of course, not all of them chose to attack him. Perhaps it was because some creatures were too excited and crazy. However, none of these creatures that took the initiative to attack Han Fei were in the half-king realm. Perhaps he hadn't encountered them, or maybe the half-kings had a certain level of consciousness. Anyway, after Han Fei went deeper into this place for another million kilometers, he found that the further he went, the fewer creatures would attack him. At this moment, a broken crab lay at Han Fei's feet. In the environment he was in, the overall color was already red, which meant that most of the colorful colors in the early stages had disappeared. The remaining colors were mostly red or similar colors. The color was dark and looked very dim, like a neon city in the mist. In the depths of the red mist sea, there were many strange rock walls. Han Fei grabbed the vast ocean navigator, looking for the most suitable entrance for him. However, the vast ocean navigator didn't move. Seeing this situation, Han Fei curled his lips and sat cross-legged. Before the entrance came out, it was meaningless for him to search blindly. As for the central area, he should have already arrived. As for why he didn't meet any other kings, maybe they didn't come in at all, or maybe perception didn't work in this place, but he just didn't meet any of them. In fact, outside the red mist sea, at this moment, the half-kings of the various heavenly palaces in the 36 mystic worlds were entering the monarch palace. It was impossible for them to form groups to explore the monarch palace. Even if they wanted to, it wouldn't be now. Instead, they would form groups inside the monarch palace in the form of humans, sea demons, mermen royal family, and undersea humans. At this moment, the only thing everyone needed to do was to find the entrance. Therefore, the ships of the 36 mystic worlds were relatively scattered, because this time, not only did half-kings enter the palace, but many masters of the heavenly palaces also wanted to enter the monarch palace. For example, when the Snow Lady came to the Sea of Red Mist, she didn't stop at all and shouted, "Everyone, follow me in." After entering the Red Mist Sea, disperse and find the entrance. Yes, Master Snow Lady. In the Million Poison World side, Huang Jia also led the half-kings into the Red Mist Sea. Huang Jia said, "All of you, listen to me. There are many strange poisons here, but don't be greedy. Your purpose of this trip is not to collect poison, but to become a king. Once you reach the Sea Establishment realm, you will have 100,000 years or even longer to study poison. You have to be clear about your priorities." Yes, Patriarch. As for the supreme clearness and infinity side, their momentum was much greater. Supreme clearness and infinity set off with Golden Crow, Dream Weaving, 5 Elements, Mad Corpse, and other heavenly palaces. On the surface, it seemed that supreme clearness and infinity, as the leaders of the 36 mystic worlds, were taking care of the other heavenly palaces, but in fact, they just wanted to make these heavenly palaces submit to them. In fact, once they entered the Red Mist Sea, they would still go their separate ways. Only when these people entered the monarch palace would they have a chance to gather again. However, this method was extremely unwise in the eyes of some independent heavenly palaces. The treasures were limited, the resources were limited, and it was so dangerous in the monarch palace. Who would take the resources they snatched? Now they seemed to be harmonious, but it was unknown if they would get along the whole time. Wu Duoshu from the Supreme Clearness World, Li Xinghen from the Infinity World, and these seed-type powerhouses all had the potential to become kings. Each of them took many treasures with them. This time, they ignored Han Fei and had no intention of hunting him here. Even Bei Luochen didn't intend to do so. This was because the range of this red mist sea was too large. Who knew from which side Han Fei would enter? Even if their perception range was very large. And they could find Han Fei, so what? They had seen Han Fei speed more than once. On the side of the 100 demons and the undersea human race. A king leader said almost the same thing: those who enter the monarch palace don't have to fight fearlessly. Finding a way to become a king is the only thing you need to consider. Becoming a king is more important than anything. In the dark, from all directions of the red mist sea, teams of itinerant half-kings rushed in from time to time. There were even some extremely strange humanoid creatures rushing in. If Han Fei were here, he would definitely recognize that they were from the giant beast race. On the Merman royal family's side, Xiao Hongzhu stood quietly outside the red mist sea. Her power passed through the red mist and collided with an invisible force in the depths of the red mist sea. Buzz! A violent wave immediately swept across the red mist sea, and furious waves surged above the sea. Xiao Hongzhu couldn't help retracting her power, and she said, "I can't tell what kind of power it is, but it may not necessarily be a living creature. It seems that this monarch palace is real and quite difficult. I suspect that sea establishers won't be able to explore the entire monarch palace and control all the treasures in it." Chen Huangdian, I don't know. I've never been there. Li Qingdi said, "It's indeed dangerous inside. The last time I entered, I encountered a severed hand. At that time, I thought I was already the strongest in the sea establishment realm, but I could only have a narrow escape from that hand and almost died." Xiao Hongzhu couldn't help looking at Li Qingdi. A severed hand? Li Qingdi said, "Yes. A severed hand that can attach to others." While Xiao Hongzhu was in a daze, a big ship came over. It was a battleship from the Martial Emperor city. The Martial King stood at the bow, but before he said anything, a king shouted, "All half-kings, follow me into the red mist." See? The Martial King didn't seem to care much about this. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hongzhu from a distance. When the Martial King saw Xiao Hongzhu, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes and nodding at her. "Greetings, Your Majesty. You know me?" Chen Huangdian looked at the Martial King and said leisurely, "This person is the Martial King. He built the Martial Emperor city and can suppress the raging sea alone. No sky opener here is his match." Xiao Hongzhu nodded slightly and then said, "If you hadn't wasted 100,000 years, you might not be weaker than him." After the half-kings of the major powers entered the monarch palace one after another, after only 100 seconds, one of them died. This person was from the Thunder Fire world. Lei Qing looked at the broken jade slip in his hand and couldn't help cursing. "I told you to be careful, be ****starred. Red Mist Sea." As Han Fei expected, at this moment, more than 4,000 people had broken in. With the addition of itinerant cultivators and people from the Martial Emperor city, it was certain that there would be more than 5,000 people. It was unknown if these people were hunting or being hunted. They had no goal. They only knew to rush into the depths of the red mist sea. Along the way, some people were lucky and didn't encounter strong enemies in the half-king realm. Some were unlucky and didn't see through the creatures' disguises and were killed on the spot. For example, there was a lobster demon who was holding a spear full of energy and was very vigilant. He crossed a winding sea grass and had already killed a sea urchin, a centipede, and an octopus. Just when he thought that there was no danger around, he temporarily stopped. On a colorful stone pillar. Suddenly, a black light enveloped him. Crunch. This shrimp soldier didn't even know how he died. If he was still alive, he would see that a certain section of the sea grassland he passed through bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was clearly an algae centipede, and it was still chewing. There were many situations like this. After waiting for about 6 hours, the vast ocean navigator finally turned. Han Fei followed the vast ocean navigator and came to a strange place. There was a crack no more than a kilometer long and only 7 or 8 meters wide. At the surface of the ground, it was very inconspicuous. Even Han Fei's casual slash would leave a crack more than this size, so under normal circumstances, even if someone noticed it, they might not go deep into it. But the vast ocean navigator was pointing at this place. Han Fei didn't hesitate to enter it. As soon as he went down 100 meters, he saw a dark red color on the rock walls on both sides. However, on this dark red rock wall, there were also some strange green and yellow glimmers. Less than 1,000 meters down, suddenly, a snake head emerged from the rock wall. To be precise, it didn't look like a snake, but more like dead wood at the bottom of the sea, a rotten black block. If Han Fei hadn't seen its information, he would have thought it was a stone pillar smashing at him. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Blood Light Rock Python. Introduction: living in a place full of blood and corroded by filthy blood. All year round, it grows extremely fast, but it also dies extremely quickly. Its life may only be more than 500 years. Its blood contains poison. If infected by the poison, one's vitality will flow away, his body will decay, or his blood will melt, so it can't be underestimated. Level: greater than 89. Quality: legend. Realm: half-king. Chaotic Chi contained greater than 48 wisps. Battle technique: blood explosion, dimensional devour, blood soul devouring. Collectible: blood poison, soul devouring eye. Absorbable. Huh? Han Fei slashed back, and the knife light illuminated the area. How could a mere half-king withstand the suppressing pressure of a king? With a single slash, the blood light rock python was minced into pieces. The void lines quickly buckled down and absorbed the chaotic chi. Because this blood light rock python could only live for 500 years, it had very little chaotic chi. Han Fei didn't think it was a big deal that it became a half-king with such a short lifespan. Maybe it was because of its talent or the unique environment here. Also, what kind of blood was the so-called filthy blood? Was the background of this entire area red actually because it was stained with blood? After quickly absorbing the chaotic chi of the blood light rock python, Han Fei didn't think too much, but continued to rush deeper. After another kilometer or so, a transparent spinach suddenly emitted a red light. Each leaf had 7 spikes, and countless leaves came at him together. Just like the big red trunk he met back then. Humph. With a thought from Han Fei, the infinity water turned into 10,000 knives and followed him. Wherever it passed, the wind blew away and the spinach grass leaves were all shattered. However, this spinach seemed to be the beginning. It seemed to have opened a switch for Han Fei. After completely crushing it, strange bergamot tentacles appeared, so did red magma burst fruits and blood-colored giant rock moths. Almost in the blink of an eye, several powerful creatures attacked Han Fei. These attacks were completed in an instant, because before he met them, Han Fei didn't know where they were or how they would attack. Of course, with Han Fei's strength, no matter how well these creatures hid themselves or how strong their attacks were, it was impossible for them to work. As for these creatures, although their lifespan was not long, they more or less contained some chaotic chi. After this wave, his chaotic chi quickly soared. After only half an hour, Han Fei's chaotic chi exceeded 50,000 wisps for the first time. Yes, in terms of the number of chaotic chi, Han Fei had already caught up with the number of chaotic chi when the old turtle opened the sky. Although Han Fei didn't know how much chaotic chi people like Bei Luochen and He Daoyuan had when they opened the sky, he didn't think it should be much. But he wasn't sure. If they absorbed it slowly with time, they might have 40 or 50,000 wisps. After half an hour, Han Fei didn't know how far he had gone, but at this point, fewer and fewer normal creatures attacked him. Han Fei felt a strong blood chi, and he could feel that this blood chi was not good and tried to drill into his body. How could Han Fei let them do that? The surface of his body was shining with golden light, constantly repelling the erosion of the blood chi. Bo. As if passing through a certain barrier, the strange and disgusting creatures around him disappeared almost instantly. Or maybe, he got rid of them. However, this place was even worse. Han Fei saw stone pillars of different shapes like gobi stones one after another. And here, not only was the blood energy rich, but there was also a large amount of death energy. Undead creatures? Han Fei was shocked. It was impossible that there were no undead creatures under such a strong death energy. As soon as Han Fei stood still, he saw spirals appearing around the neon rock wall in all directions. But these spirals were not vortexes in the water. Han Fei saw soul shadows one after another. Swish. Like arrows, they shot straight at Han Fei. When the spirals shot over, Han Fei felt that they were nailed directly at his soul. However, no matter how strong this spiral was, it was only in the half-king realm, so it was still ineffective against him. Han Fei even grabbed a spiral that brushed past him. When he took a closer look, information popped up in his eyes. Name: Sea Leech Soul Conch, Undead. Introduction: Sea Leech conchs, corroded by the death energy, gradually transform into undead creatures. Their bodies are twisted like sea slugs and nailed conchs. They can attack the soul. If one was touched by them, his soul will be damaged. Level greater than 89. Quality exotic. Realm half-king. Undead energy greater than 58 wisps. Battle technique spiral soul stab. Collectible none. Unabsorbable. Han Fei was speechless. The creatures in the half-king realm he met just now were ugly, but they were at least alive. But this one didn't even have chaotic chi. It was a waste of his time. The infinity water formed a blade barrier in front of Han Fei and pushed forward. Bang! 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 Along the way, the neon stone pillars were collapsing, and the sea leech soul conchs were shattering. None of them could cross the killing range of the infinity water. However, this was not the end. This kind of sea leech soul conch was only a very ordinary creature. It was only because it was born in this special place that it had reached the terrifying strength of a half-king. If this place wasn't special, even if the conchs could reach the half-king realm in 5,000 years, there wouldn't be so many of them. But behind this conch, there were even more dangerous existences. They were densely packed ant-like small insects. As soon as Han Fei saw them, he felt a Headache. These things were like the marching sea leeches back then. Humph. How can an ordinary creature withstand the suppressing pressure of a king? Break. At that moment, Han Fei released all his power and was surrounded by arrays. Although they were not as powerful as the 1,000 Opportunities divine ghost compass, they couldn't be underestimated. Puff, puff, puff. The countless tiny insects, the size of a thumb, were annihilated when they collided with Han Fei's protective arrays. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Ghost Aphid, Undead. Introduction: a kind of undersea worm, corroded by undead creatures, and collectively transformed into ghost aphids. This worm's saliva is extremely corrosive. Even a sea-quelling bizarre treasure can be slowly corroded by it. Level greater than 70. Quality: exotic. Realm: Dao-seeking. Undead energy: 1 wisp. Battle technique: Ghost aphid food. Collectible: none. Unabsorbable. Being attacked by so many strange creatures in a row, Han Fei was speechless. Especially the ghost aphids, which were far stronger than the creatures he met just now. Even if the infinity water turned into a million knife dragon roll, it was impossible to completely block these ghost aphids. The arrays outside Han Fei's body were almost instantly covered by the ghost aphids. As the ghost aphids were annihilated, his hundreds of arrays were melting at a visible speed. This was the time to compete in endurance. He wanted to see if these ghost aphids would be exhausted first, or if his spiritual energy would be insufficient to withstand the devouring of the ghost aphids. Pooh. 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 Han Fei's suppressing power and killing array appeared at the same time, and the infinity water was strangling crazily. The crack was already turbid. After half an hour, Han Fei was slightly moved. He couldn't imagine how many ghost aphids there were. There must be billions of them. Even he couldn't go on like this. Not only that, but the use of the infinity water would consume soul power. Han Fei couldn't help but look pained. He raised his hands. Heaven. Enlightenment divine technique. Buzz. As the healing divine light descended, the entire abyss suddenly lit up. With continuous sizzling sounds, countless ghost leeches were purified after Han Fei consumed more than 800 years of vitality. While Han Fei was casting the healing divine light, someone happened to pass by the entrance. Since the person dared to appear in the deepest part of the cave to find the entrance, he was undoubtedly a sea establisher. The person who came had a big-headed doll sitting on his shoulder. It was the Thousand Puppet, the spiritual beast of Hong Yu from the Mad Corpse world. The Thousand Puppet said, "There seems to be a battle inside." Hong Yu said, "The more dangerous it is outside, the safer it is inside. It seems that this is not a safe place. This road is good. I don't know who is so lucky to find this place. Let's go and take a look." Son of AB****, you almost wasted 1,000 years of my vitality. And you're just looking for an entrance? Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. Although he could devour the vitality of others, after he became a king, he discovered a problem, which was that even if he had the void lines, his vitality wasn't infinite. Although he could absorb vitality, there was a limit to this absorption. Han Fei had a feeling that when he absorbed more than 100,000 years of vitality, it would be extremely difficult for him to continue to absorb vitality. In other words, in addition to his own 100,000 years, he might have another 100,000 years of additional vitality. But now, 30,000 years of vitality had been consumed by him. If he continued to consume vitality like this, how many years of vitality would be left? He had already consumed 30,000 years of vitality with the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. If he were to stay in the raging sea for another few hundred years, he would probably consume all the additional 100,000 years of vitality. However, Han Fei thought that this monarch palace might already be the greatest opportunity in the raging sea. Therefore, since he had begun to use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, he might as well use it freely. He would prepare 20,000 years of vitality and see if he could consume it all. Now 80% of the ghost aphids had been purified. The rest were either dying or didn't dare to approach Han Fei again because of their instinctive fear of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. Han Fei thought to himself, there shouldn't be any danger after this, right? After all, the danger level of the ghost aphids was so high that it could even shake sea establishers. If there were stronger creatures, Han Fei would feel that he had come to the wrong place. However, as the saying went, misfortune never came alone. This insect cave. Yes, Han Fei felt that this was an insect cave. After the ghost aphids were gone, after about 100 seconds, Han Fei saw that the surrounding rock walls were already filled with red and black liquid that was as thick as magma. In the thick magma, Han Fei saw a few long tentacles that looked extremely weird. In Han Fei's eyes, a new kind of insect appeared. Name: 9 infant demonic worm, mutated. Introduction: an ancient ferocious beast with the bloodline of the 9. Neonate. It controls water and fire and swallows death energy to refine demons. Because it is trapped here all year round, it has swallowed too many strange demonic insects, causing its body to mutate and become a mutated creature, half insect and half beast. The 9 infant demonic worms cry like babies, and their demonic sounds can taint the soul. It controls origin fire and ominous water. Origin fire burns the body, and ominous water damages the soul. It can't be underestimated. Level greater than 92. Quality: primordial fierce beast. Realm: sea establishment. Contained chaotic chi greater than 4,659 wisps. Battle technique: origin fire, ominous water, 9-headed cry. Collectible: filthy blood. Absorbable. A primordial fierce beast in the sea establishment realm? Han Fei's face changed slightly. This was not an ordinary king, but a primordial fierce beast. Of course, it was definitely much weaker than the Emperor Sparrow. Han Fei's heart did a flip. In that case, why don't I ask the Emperor Sparrow to solve it? With a flash between Han Fei's eyebrows, the Emperor Sparrow appeared. When the Emperor Sparrow was a little impatient, he saw the 9 infant demonic worm and couldn't help but cry, 9 neonate? No, a mixed blood descendant? His bloodline is so contaminated. Where did you find this thing? It can't even be eaten. His body and soul have basically been contaminated. Han Fei said, you are both primordial fierce beasts, and you are the nemesis of the insect race. I'll give this insect to you, okay? The Emperor Sparrow glanced at Han Fei. The filthy blood is not worthy of my taking action. Solve it yourself. Han Fei was speechless. What do you mean? Even if its bloodline is dirty, it's still a primordial fierce beast. Why do you make it sound like an ant? At this time, the 9 infant demonic worm had also noticed the existence of Han Fei and the Emperor Sparrow. The Emperor Sparrow in particular made it feel very uneasy. Boo-hoo. Instantly, there was the sound of a baby crying, which sounded like a baby laughing too. For a moment, Han Fei couldn't tell if the other party was crying or laughing. However, the sound echoed infinitely in this place. It was fine to hear it once, but after hearing it twice or 3 times, Han Fei felt that his head hurt. Even if Han Fei closed his hearing, he found that the sound fell directly into his soul, and he still couldn't avoid it. Han Fei snorted. Slash. Han Fei directly used all great Daos in one sword. When fighting an enemy, one had to kill him in one blow. Since this 9-infant demonic worm didn't know what was good for it, he might as well kill it. However, when Han Fei saw layers of blood tide appear in the void rushing at all great Daos in one sword, he was stunned. Is that ominous water? Each wave of the ominous water tide seemed to be billions of kilograms heavy. When they collided, the place trembled as if it would collapse at any time. Han Fei's heart sank. All great Daos in one sword broke through the barriers, one after another, but after colliding with the ominous water, with a swish, only one tentacle was cut down. Han Fei saw with his own eyes that the tentacle rolled towards all great Daos in one sword. Although it was minced into powder immediately, most of the power of Han Fei's all great Daos in one sword was consumed. Then, hundreds of tentacle shadows slapped and finally broke Han Fei's all great Daos in one sword. Han Fei couldn't help frowning. Although he didn't use the power of his great Dao, his current pure strength was not something ordinary kings could compare to. Just as Han Fei was dissatisfied that he failed to kill the enemy, he saw the shattered tentacles and minced flesh ignite in midair. Ah! Buzz! Extremely terrifying fire energy instantly filled the entire crack. Behind, Hong Yu, who was chasing in, was attacking some half-dead ghost aphids with an ugly expression. But suddenly, a terrifying flame instantly swept the entire crack. The temperature was no longer the key. The key was that the flames seemed to be burning every wisp of his flesh and blood. Hong Yu couldn't help taking a breath. What kind of flame is this? It seems to be roasting every wisp of my flesh and blood. It hurts. If Hong Yu was still so far away, how could Han Fei, who was closest, be any better? This thing didn't seem to care about his physique. It just made him feel incomparable pain. On one side there was physical pain, and on the other side the red tide was coming at him. It was probably mental pain. How could Han Fei bear this? Han Fei shouted, "Heaven enlightenment divine technique." Although the 9-infant demonic worm wasn't an undead creature, its bloodline was too impure. The effect of the heaven enlightenment divine technique on it wouldn't be much worse than on undead creatures. Buzz! When the healing divine light fell, with a cry, the 9-infant demonic worm screamed crazily in pain. Han Fei grinned. Come on. Let's see who can withstand it. How can a little bug like you break my invincible physique? Although Han Fei felt that every inch of his skin and flesh was being torn apart, the pressure caused was transmitted to his mind from his body, but it wouldn't really damage his body. At most, it would weaken his combat power, so Han Fei was not afraid at all. Roar! The 100-beast soul devouring erupted, and Han Fei slashed out with the Yin-Yang reincarnation blade. A faint blue color appeared in front of him, and Han Fei casually drew a time blade. With a golden light, he cut off 3 tentacles and vomited blood. The Emperor Sparrow watched such a violent head-on battle with relish. As if Feeling that his flesh and blood were a bit uncomfortable, the Emperor Sparrow glared at the 9-infant demonic worm, who was instantly in a frenzy, and charged at Han Fei with all his strength. Han Fei looked at the Emperor Sparrow speechlessly. "Even if you don't help, don't cause trouble," the Emperor Sparrow said. "I'm just letting you have a taste of the power of the primordial fierce beast. Although this disgusting insect has reached the sea establishment realm, its power seems to have been purposely increased, so there's no need for me to attack it. However, this doesn't mean that it's not strong." Han Fei said, "I found it. If its demonic sound is several times stronger, I have to guard my soul carefully. I even feel that my body is being torn apart, which will greatly affect the effect of my attack." At this moment, the 9-infant demonic worm's tentacles were pulled out of the magma one after another. On the tentacles, there were skulls, and all the sounds came from the skulls. As if knowing that there was no way out, a spike protruded from the 9-infant demonic worm's mouth. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding seawater was dyed dark red. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. Blue light enveloped this place, and under the slash of time, the infant demonic worm was instantly cut into several pieces. At this moment, the yin-yang reincarnation blade erupted at the same time, and the 9-infant demonic worm's soul was directly cut apart. Only then did Han Fei have the time to use the void lines to absorb the chaotic qi. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow and Han Fei looked back at the same time, only to see a familiar figure fleeing. Seeing this scene, the 1,000 puppet immediately shouted, "Run, run! It's Han Fei and his ferocious bird." In fact, when Hong Yu saw that the person below was Han Fei, he immediately ran away. He didn't need the 1,000 puppets reminder at all. That guy's strength was already extraordinary. In the sea establishment realm, there was probably no one who could kill him. This was the conclusion of the intelligence of the martial emperor city. As Hong Yu ran, he thought to himself, there are sea establishment creatures at the entrance. Is there a great opportunity here? Hong Yu only remembered this place, but he didn't advance rashly. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but with his damn luck, he almost met Han Fei 3 times in a row. More importantly, every time he met Han Fei, he saw a king die. The first time was when he went to the wild abyss with Huobuli. At that time, Han Fei killed Yu Meng and Gong Zhan fled. The second time, Han Fei pretended to be the second sword god, Wang Yijian, and killed a king with 1 slash. This time, although Han Fei didn't kill a human half-king, it was obvious that a sea establishment monster had been almost killed by Han Fei. It would die sooner or later. Hey! Old Hong, what kind of luck is this? Why do you always run into Han Fei? If you meet him again, I might as well surrender. Hong Yu ran away in a hurry, and Han Fei had already absorbed all the chaotic qi of the 9-infant demonic worm. Now it was already a dead worm. Han Fei moved his body and felt that the pain he felt just now was almost comparable to the heart-wrenching pain he felt when he practiced the indestructible body. It had to be said that even the mixed-blood descendants of primordial fierce beasts couldn't be underestimated. Even in the face of a king like him who could be said to be among the top few in the raging sea, this 9-infant demonic worm was enough to reduce his combat power by 30%. If it were an ordinary person, their combat power would probably be reduced by 50%. Besides, this 9-infant demonic worm was good at soul attacks. If his soul wasn't strong enough, he probably couldn't beat it. At this moment, after Han Fei absorbed the chaotic chi of the infant demonic worm, he threw its corpse to the back to feed the bugs. This thing's body had been contaminated. Although it became a king, it would never become an emperor. When the infant demonic worm died, the red magma around seemed to show signs of receding. When Han Fei continued to go deeper into the crack, no creatures attacked him again. After about 5 seconds, Han Fei saw a vortex door. F*CK. When Han Fei saw the vortex door, he was dumbfounded. He had spent so much effort to come here, only to open a black entrance for himself? Han Fei still remembered what Han Xian told him. The doors had 3 colors: blue and black, red and black. And he emphasized that never enter the black entrances, because they were death doors. This made Han Fei feel terrible. Han Fei immediately took out the vast ocean navigator and tried again. However, the vast ocean navigator was clearly pointing at the black vortex. Han Fei didn't really want to use the 9-palace luck ruler, because the monarch palace was definitely dangerous. Therefore, at this time, the 9-palace luck ruler definitely wouldn't show a good divination result. However, Han Fei still tested his luck. However, the 9-palace luck ruler showed a state that Han Fei had never seen before. The indicator moved back and forth between greatly auspicious and impasse. However, shouldn't this situation be unpredictable? Why was it moving in such a way? Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. Could it be that the level of the 9-palace luck ruler couldn't detect the danger of the monarch palace, nor could it see through his luck here? Han Fei suspected that it was very likely because of this reason. This meant that the 9-palace luck ruler also had an upper limit. The human sacred weapon was not a godly weapon in the first place. Logically speaking, it should be at the same level as a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, but he didn't use it for fighting. Since the 9-palace luck ruler had an upper limit, Han Fei didn't know if the vast ocean navigator had an upper limit. However, finding the way should be simpler than measuring luck. Han Fei felt that the vast ocean navigator might have more usable space. Now, the 9-palace luck ruler was useless, and the vast ocean navigator was clearly pointing at this black vortex entrance. What could Han Fei do? Although there were 10,000 reasons for him not to enter it, he still had to enter in the end. This was because no matter how dangerous this entrance was, the vast ocean navigator said that it was most suitable for him. Since it was most suitable for him, he might be able to turn misfortune into luck. After hesitating for a long time, Han Fei gritted his teeth and decided to enter. Although Han Xian, as his uncle, shouldn't have any reason to lie to him, there must be a reason for the existence of the black vortex entrance. Besides, Han Xian had also said that the more difficult the entrance was, the less dangerous it would be inside. Obviously, in this aspect, the black vortex might not be as dangerous as he imagined. Since he had already decided, Han Fei didn't intend to change it. Anyway, no matter which entrance it was, he had to choose one to enter. He might as well enter the one most suitable for him. Buzz. Han Fei disappeared into the vortex with a swish. When Han Fei reappeared, the void stabilized, and Han Fei immediately looked around. This was a lush green forest. There were many strange, demonic plants of various colors. There were huge pure blue flowers with white stamens that spread out in circles. There were dark green plants that looked like feather fans, like peacocks, spreading their wings to show off. There were bright red half-arc flowers that looked like squids with many tentacles wrapped in the flower, which looked like stamens extending out. Han Fei wanted to release his perception immediately, but in fact, his perception was still useless, so all he could see was what he saw now. Forest? Han Fei shook his head slightly. They didn't look like trees. The trees were in a strange shape, like lanterns. Among the leaves, a huge curved calabash hung down. There were also some that looked like trees, but their leaves were strange, like the broad leaves of algae. He didn't know what kind of trees they were. Han Fei quickly calmed down. He came here to find opportunities. Han Xian asked him to be slow and not rush, which meant that every scene he encountered might have a purpose. Han Fei didn't know what was here, but he still planned to call Little Black and Little White out to see if they could show him the way. Today, he had already used the vast ocean navigator twice. In this unfamiliar environment, he'd better use the vast ocean navigator carefully. Therefore, Han Fei thought of Little Black and Little White. Buzz. As soon as Little Black and Little White were summoned by Han Fei, Little White exclaimed, "Dad! So many enemies!" Huh? Han Fei was stunned. Why didn't I see any enemies? At this moment, Little Black swooshed over to Han Fei's head, where there was a thin vine. Han Fei had seen this vine when he came in. It was hanging from a big leaf that looked like a broad leaf above his head. It didn't move at all, or he would have noticed it. However, Little Black directly bit at the vine and broke it. Han Fei was about to ask Little Black why he began to eat plants when the vine twisted. F***ck? Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It was not a vine or a demonic vine, but a bug. It even had flesh and blood. Although its flesh and blood were almost dry, the bug could still fight back. Although he couldn't see where Little Black was, the vine instantly split into dozens of vines and grabbed at Little Black. Munch, munch. However, the little vine couldn't compare to Little Black's teeth. It bit them easily. Anyway, Little Black could digest them. Little Black's movement was like a fuse, lighting a fire in the forest. Han Fei saw the few demonic plants that he had noticed just now, such as the big pure blue flower. Every circle of its patterns was torn off from the flower like a sweater thread. When he looked again, the pattern moved and opened its eyes. Wasn't that a bug? It was the first time Han Fei saw a circular bug. As for the dark green feather-like plants that looked like peacocks spreading their tails, in fact, every fine hair on the feather had fallen off and surged towards Han Fei. As for the bright red flower with white stamens, it was not a squid but a bunch of insects wrapped in a circular leaf. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. So this place was literally an insect cave. Good Lord, he had come to a real insect cave. As far as he could see, they were all insects. More importantly, they could perfectly transform into plants. When Han Fei was stunned by this scene, he saw that the calabash on his head suddenly exploded. Yes, it exploded for no reason. But what was with the millions of insects that spewed out? Wasn't this purely disgusting? Ew. What was the difference between these insects and the ghost aphids just now? With a thought from Han Fei, Little Black and Little White fused. The infinity. Water turned into a spinning storm, minced countless insects, which exploded into a rain of sticky liquid, looking disgusting. More importantly, the insect slurry contained poison. The arrays Han Fei set up were corroded dozens of layers in just 2 seconds. Han Fei glanced around and saw several kinds of insects. For example, name explosive worm. Introduction: this is a kind of worm that will only be in the mother's womb and never come out. The mother's womb nourishes these explosive worms by absorbing the spiritual energy from the outside world. Once the mother's womb explodes, all the explosive worms will spray out and explode within 100 seconds. Its worm plasma is extremely corrosive. If one stays in the worm plasma of the explosive worm for a long time, even the golden body can be corroded. Level greater than 29. Quality rare. Realm Spirit Guard. Contained spiritual energy greater than 481 points. Battle technique none. Collectible none. Unabsorbable. At this moment, the explosive worms had almost surrounded Han Fei. Countless worms piled up like a mountain, as if Han Fei was pressed to the bottom of the mountain. Besides, not only this calabash exploded, but 2 other calabash also exploded. It formed a bug tide, which was almost the same as the ghost aphids. But the problem was that the ghost aphids were undead creatures, but the explosive worms were living creatures. And other information that Han Fei could see appeared. Name 10,000 Will Leafworm. Introduction: as a kind of insect born to serve as grass, the strength of the 10,000 Will Leafworm is judged by the length of its life. The longer it lives, the more resilient it is, and the stronger its binding ability is. The 10,000 Will Leaf insect can turn into a soul-binding thread, entangling and destroying other souls. Level greater than 39. Quality rare. Realm Awakening. Contained spiritual energy greater than 1248. Battle technique bind. Collectible none. Unabsorbable. When Han Fei saw the insect roll towards him, it suddenly disappeared in front of him, so it could turn into invisible threads to bind his soul. Explode. Han Fei detonated the infinity water without hesitation. He was so decisive and direct, because he didn't know how big this forest was at all. Although he could run out with a leap now, what about the environment he would encounter later? Then would he continue to jump aimlessly? Instead of that, he might as well detonate the infinity water. If the power of the infinity water was completely detonated, it was impossible for there to be any survivors within 50,000 kilometers. Rumble. Rumble. Han Fei didn't care about the monarch palace. If he was really pinned down by these things, he wouldn't be able to absorb enough spiritual energy unless he used the resources in his origin sea. If it were an ordinary half-king, he might have already been poisoned. This was because when a massive number of explosive worms corroded you at the same time, the speed at which you absorbed resources might not be enough for you to prevent these worms from corroding you. Like a nuclear bomb exploding, Han Fei saw that the surrounding forest was flattened. As Han Fei extended his hand and waved, the infinity water quickly returned to Han Fei. Han Fei didn't use it again, but directly extracted the water energy here to prepare for the recovery of the infinity water. In addition, Han Fei had already begun to accumulate spiritual energy. If this place was big enough, the infinity water definitely wouldn't be able to flatten it all. When the aftershock of the explosion gradually subsided, Han Fei was completely fine. He re-examined the place and found that the explosion of the infinity water didn't shake the space at all. In addition, this place was now full of poisonous gas. Perhaps because he had Annihilated too many creatures, most of the bugs and poison had completely dissipated, but there were still some poisons that couldn't be vaporized by the explosion that were still spreading and interweaving here. In Han Fei's mind, the 9 poison treasure silkworm had been swallowing, and Han Fei's body was spontaneously absorbing and adapting to these poisons. After fusing with Little Black and Little White, Han Fei tried to perceive his surroundings with Little White's ability, but as in the sea of mist, he had no chance at all. Little White was also restricted. In that case, Han Fei put away Little Black and Little White and set up a soul controlling array for himself. He took out a bottle of antidote pills and swallowed dozens of them. He didn't want the 9 poison treasure silkworm to sleep, nor did he want his resistance to poison to reach its limit. Buzz! Han Fei jumped and flashed with golden light. He went in a random direction and rushed more than 50,000 kilometers. As soon as he stopped, some dilapidated forest appeared, but most places had been charred. What a huge insect cave! 50,000 kilometers is not enough? When Han Fei was walking along the entire area of the explosion, he found that in the unknown forest, a dense tide of insects was heading towards the empty space that had just exploded. F***ck. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. There were still so many of them? Even if the infinity water exploded again, it probably wouldn't be able to kill them all. The self-destruction of the infinity water only proved that there were too many insects here to kill. At this time, Han Fei certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to try to kill the insects again. He knew that no matter what, it was impossible for him to stay here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the insect tide covered the entire place, forming a sea of insects. Han Fei discovered that he only had 2 choices now. One was to kill in the insect tide and find a way. Han Fei could totally do this himself. However, Han Fei remembered what Han Xian said. The things in the monarch palace were generally not meaningless. In such a large sea of insects, was there any treasure here? If there was no treasure, why did they barge in? To fight the insect tide? To court death? In the monarch palace, countless people had obtained opportunities from it, which meant that this was very likely a test. For example, a strong cultivator wanted to find a disciple and pass on his abilities. If it was the second one, then there must be something waiting for him in the insect tide forest. The insect tide might be a test to make you panic. However, the insect tide here was not very strong. This meant that although there were billions of insects here, the people who came were at least vulnerables. If they were lucky, there was still a chance of survival. However, because Han Fei was the first to come here, he simply turned a multiple-person mode that should have been explored by countless people into a single-person mode, so the difficulty soared. Han Fei quickly made up his mind. God knew how many insects there were here. But at least these insects couldn't hurt him. Even if he continued to blow up the infinity water, he could still kill countless insects. Therefore, Han Fei didn't care where the way out of the insect tide forest was. He held the vast ocean navigator and used the third pointing ability. Without hesitation. In that direction, Han Fei directly flashed tens of thousands of kilometers away. Sure enough, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he was surrounded by a surging insect tide, worms, beetles, threadworms, 10,000 wheel leafworms, and many other insects that Han Fei didn't read the information about. These insects almost crushed Han Fei's face. Buzz! The halo of time appeared, and anyone who touched it was annihilated. However, Han Fei only stayed for a short time. As soon as the insects within hundreds of meters withered, Han Fei had already disappeared. The vast ocean navigator's continuous directing could only last for 6 to 8 seconds, and this was when the destination was certain. If the destination was not certain, or it was not in this space, the vast ocean quake navigator could only be used once. When Han Fei saw the vast ocean navigator move, he knew that there must be a treasure protected by these insects hidden in the so-called insect tide forest. Because of the reaction time of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei had to pause every time he appeared to let the vast ocean navigator repoint the direction. So Han Fei could barely maintain the frequency of 2 leaps in 1 second. After 6 seconds, Han Fei should be close to the place indicated by the vast ocean navigator. Buzz. When Han Fei appeared again, he suddenly found that his vision was broadened. And when he took a closer look, there was not even a bug where he was. Looking around, Han Fei found that more than 20 kilometers behind him was the place where the insect tide surged. Have I entered a seal? Han Fei's first thought was that he had found the key place. Because this was the place guarded by the insect race, there were no insects here. Han Fei walked deeper into the seal. After walking for more than 300 kilometers, at the end of his vision, an altar-like place appeared. However, the thing placed on the altar was very strange. It was like a bronze mirror, polished to the point of perfection. And under the altar stood a black-clothed man holding 2 scimitars, half of his face covered. Han Fei was shocked to see this person. He knew that the real test was coming. The insect tide might not be the key, but this person and the mirror behind him were the root of the problem. Han Fei was only 10 kilometers away from the man, and the man seemed to sense that someone was coming and slowly raised his head. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Since this was the most suitable place for him to come, there must be a reason. There was no energy flowing in this person's body at all, but the sense of threat he brought to Han Fei was not weak. He was not particularly strong, but he was definitely not weak in the sea. Establishment realm. Han Fei asked, "Are you a human or an insect? Can you speak?" Because what he saw were all bugs, Han Fei had this bold guess. After all, the Insect King was also a bug and could transform into a human. However, the man didn't respond but slowly drew his scimitar. With a swish, Han Fei saw 2 wisps of smoke appear in front of him. Subconsciously, in front of Han Fei, the embroidery needle stood firmly on the ground. Clang! The crisp sound was the collision of weapons. A ripple spread out. Up close, there was no data in Han Fei's eyes, which meant that this person was not a bug. However, this person's appearance was very strange. He seemed to be covered in tattoos, which should be some kind of runes. Especially his face, there was almost no normal skin, only dark green runes. Han Fei blocked the power of the double knives. In the first moment, he activated the void lines, intending to control this person with the void lines. As for the other party, his double knives avoided the embroidery needle and slashed at Han Fei. The 2 of them chose different attacking methods. What shocked Han Fei was that the void lines were ineffective, which meant that this person might not even have a broken soul. Almost at the same time, blue light circulated on Han Fei's upper body, and 2 terrifying knife lights cut into time but didn't touch Han Fei's head. With this blow, Han Fei retracted the void lines, and the other party turned into a cloud of black smoke and retreated. In the first clash, neither of them gained any advantage. Since the other party didn't even have a remnant soul, he was like a puppet. However, this kind of character wasn't afraid of death and had no emotions. His combat style continued his original body's combat style and was extremely powerful. Han Fei quickly judged the other party's strength. Judging from the strength displayed in this blow, the other party's strength was less than 200,000 waves. However, this person was fast and could turn into smoke. His way of using the double knives was unique. That was all Han Fei could see from this blow. The two separated as soon as they touched, but then, the weirdo seemed to sense Han Fei's strength. He clasped his hand and drew a strange seal in the air, and then a tide of bugs crawled out of the ground. Originally, there were no insects in this area. Han Fei had thought that it was because of the special environment here. Now it seemed that this was not the case, but because this person could control insects. The reason why he didn't let insects enter this area was probably to protect the bronze mirror on the altar. At this moment, with an intruder like Han Fei, who was not weak, he used the method of insect control. So, this person's main ability was insect control? Although Han Fei didn't want to deal with a lot of insects, it didn't mean that he was really afraid of insects. In addition to detonating the infinity water, Han Fei had many other means. Han Fei reached out and grabbed, producing a void crack. Bang! Instead of fighting with the space crack, Han Fei crushed the void crack in. The next moment, the surrounding dozens of meters exploded, and void turbulence wreaked havoc here. As Han Fei opened his hands, the infinity water continued to turn into blades, which, coupled with the void storm, slashed the storm here bigger and bigger. Han Fei grinned. Unfortunately, your insects are too low level. If their strength could reach the law enforcer realm, I wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Buzz. However, the strange man clasped his hands, and the countless insects that were surging over were crazily intertwined and turned into hundreds or thousands of human figures. And their appearance was very similar to the strange man in front of Han Fei. What's this? Han Fei was surprised. After these interweaving insects turned into human forms, their strength soared. In the blink of an eye, thousands of explorers had appeared here, and these people were still trying to fuse with each other. Han Fei's heart sank. If this went on, wouldn't they become venerable soon? Buzz. Han Fei directly projected a Sea Establishment Realm clone, and his clone casually slashed in the void. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of explorers were cut into pieces. But at the moment these insect people were cut into pieces, a large amount of corrosive liquid of insects floated in the void towards the pile of insects. Han Fei realized that behind the insect pile, a powerful insect man might be born. Han Fei knew that he couldn't give this weirdo a chance. Otherwise, it wasn't impossible for so many insects to fuse and create another sea establishment realm powerhouse. Therefore, Han Fei's original body immediately took action, trying to take the initiative to find and kill the strong master who was fusing in the insect pile behind. However, the strange person in front of him seemed to erupt with all his strength, turning into a black mist that enveloped him. And in the black mist, in the blink of an eye, thousands of knives slashed at Han Fei. The speed was so fast that Han Fei felt as if Xia Shaochan was attacking. However, it was precisely because Han Fei and Xia Shaochan had fought too many Times that he was very used to this explosive power. Besides, this person didn't have a soul. How could he block his great Tao of time? In the black fog, a blue light curtain appeared unknowingly. The moment the light curtain appeared, Han Fei could clearly see a black shadow in the black fog, holding double knives and slashing crazily. Clang! 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 Han Fei was like an iron wall, instantly slashed hundreds of times, but he also used the time of being slashed hundreds of times to lock onto the black shadow. With a flip of his hand, he launched an immortal fiend saber. Faced with such an enemy who could control billions of insects, if Han Fei dared to be negligent, when the insects fused with each other and turned into a super powerhouse, it would be even harder to fight. The strange man tried to avoid the immortal fiend's saber, but he was slowed by time. He knew that he could only take it head-on. Ka ka ka. 7 void cracks appeared around this person, and a massive number of large worms drilled out. The power of the immortal fiend's saber was naturally terrifying. However, this space was immediately filled with large worms, and colorful sky bull beetles also appeared. With just one impact, hundreds of thousands of large worms and colorful sky bull beetles were reduced to powder. W.O. The strange man was retreating. Tens of millions of insects in front of him blocked in front of him, just to block Han Fei's blow. Humph. Han Fei's great Tao was completely activated. He turned into a golden light and jumped in front of the strange man. He poked his 2 fingers and all great Daos and one sword stabbed at the strange man. The latter was still expressionless. Even though he was about to be crushed by Han Fei, he threw the 2 knives in his hands away, which then slashed back. The runes on his arms flashed, and his hands turned into 200-meter long superworms like bobbit worms. Looking from afar, they looked like 2 azure dragons going to sea. However, how could he block Han Fei's all-great Daos in one sword? The 2 fat insect arms exploded in an instant, and his body was shattered by Han Fei's sword. As for the knives flying back, Han Fei counterattacked with the yin-yang reincarnation blade and sent them flying. But Han Fei didn't look good, because the man shed his shell like a bug in front of him when he was about to die. At this moment, black smoke gathered, and the strange man appeared again. However, beside him, an identical figure appeared. It must have been fused from insects. Then, Han Fei saw a disgusting scene. The strange man suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed the identical sea establisher. This is indeed an insect man. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. After the weirdo ate the insect man, his strength doubled. As he waved his hand, 2 scimitars returned. When he looked at Han Fei again, Han Fei's heart sank. This insect sea was completely his territory. He could have as many clones as he wanted. If he could keep eating like this, how strong would he become? At this moment, the ripples and storms in the void were endless, and the waves of insects were destroyed one wave after another. The immortal fiend's saber was still blocked by the insects. Although it moved slightly forward again, it failed to reach Han Fei. Han Fei took a deep breath. In that case, let's decide the winner. Just as Han Fei was about to use his full strength, he suddenly heard the old turtle say, "Wait a moment, the mirror seems to be looking at you." Huh? Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Was the mirror looking at him? When Han Fei looked back, he saw that the mirror was facing him indeed. Is something targeting me? Han Fei's heart sank, and he didn't continue to reveal his trump card. If Something was really staring at him all the time. It was unwise to expose his trump card now. At this moment, the insect man continued to attack, which was completely different from the previous person. This person was faster, had stronger explosive power, and his strength reached more than 300,000 waves. Of course, although he was still not a match for him, if he kept swallowing. God knew how strong he would become. Therefore, Han Fei knew that this had to be a quick battle. At this moment, the immortal fiend's saber had just attacked, and all great Daos in one sword had cut off one of the insect man's shells. The power of the Yin Yang reincarnation saber was still there. Han Fei's heart stirred and he couldn't help but look at the sea of insects where the immortal fiend's saber was. As he issued an order in his heart, the infinity water exploded again. Rumble! Rumble! The terrifying ripples blasted the billions of insects into nothingness, and the immortal fiend's saber escaped from the sea of insects. The man seemed to know what Han Fei was up to and intended to retreat to the sea of insects. However, Han Fei took out the embroidery needle and rushed to the altar, ignoring the man. Seeing that Han Fei didn't care about him at all, the runes on the insect man's body immediately lit up, and his speed soared to the extreme. He immediately blocked in front of Han Fei with a swish. Han Fei, on the other hand, had already expected this scene. The embroidery needle in his hand was already ready, and he launched the knocking on the heavenly door and shattered the body of the insect man. How could Han Fei be at ease if the insect man wasn't dead? Just as the insect man turned into smoke, before the original body in the smoke could escape, the immortal fiend's saber slashed over, and the yin yang reincarnation saber returned too. Pft! Puff! At this point, the insect tide stopped, and the insect man was finally annihilated by Han Fei's attack. Huff! Han Fei took a long breath. This insect sea was extremely difficult to explore. It wasn't easy to find the altar, let alone that the insect man was so hard to deal with. Han Fei didn't dare to imagine if he didn't have the vast ocean navigator, how long it would take him to find this place. It would be at least a few days. During this period, he was swallowing poisonous gas almost all the time, and he was also corroded by the corrosive insect liquid. If it were another king, even if he could barely reach the altar, he would be half dead first. At that time, if that king fought this insect man, the difficulty of the battle would be like fighting a king in the top 30 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea. However, after the insect man swallowed a clone, his strength would soar to the top 10. Fortunately, Han Fei reacted quickly and killed this insect man as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the insect man continued to swallow his clone, he would probably be ranked in the top 3 of the sea establishment realm in the raging sea, which would be even harder to fight. Han Fei was speechless. It was so difficult to start just for a mirror? What kind of F***king mirror was this? At this moment, the insect man was annihilated. Han Fei thought that he had obtained the first treasure of this trip, a mirror. Han Fei was quite careful when walking up the altar. The altar was in the shape of a ladder with a total of 99 steps. At the center of the steps, there seemed to be a river left behind by a waterfall. Of course, the river was almost dry now. Occasionally, a drop of water could be seen falling from it. When Han Fei came to the bottom of the steps, he was surprised to find that there was a pool under the river. What flowed in the river was the ground vein's essence. There was even a pond more than 10 meters wide under the altar. How could Han Fei let this go? The ground vein's essence was so rare. He had once snatched more than 30,000 caddies under the ground veins of the Forest of Terror. And Shui Fan must have got at least 1,000,000 caddies back then, which was why the Blood Sea Divinewood City, which was full of big red trunks, was created. However, the Blood Sea Divinewood City was about 300,000 kilometers, and the ground vein's essence had to nourish the ground veins and help all living beings cultivate, so it might not be enough. But now Han Fei saw that there were at least 1,000,000 caddies in this pool. Gulp. Han Fei couldn't help but swallow and sigh. No wonder countless people tried so hard to break into the Monarch Palace. This pool can completely shape the ground veins of a sea establisher's origin sea, and the quality of the origin sea could definitely be a level higher with the help of this batch of ground veins essence. The old turtle also exclaimed, as expected of the Monarch Palace. This is too extravagant. This entire insect forest probably relies on the endless ground veins essence. Reminded by the old turtle, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, this insect-tied forest was very big, and the ground veins essence had created a perfect living environment for them. Therefore, there could be so many insects here. However, Han Fei didn't care about those bugs at this moment. He used the water control technique to absorb a large amount of the ground veins essence and stuffed them into the origin sea. How to arrange it was a matter for the future. He would stuff the ground veins essence into the origin sea first. After Han Fei almost dug out all the soil here, he estimated that there were a total of 1.12 million caddies of ground veins essence. This was understandable, because the ground veins essence belonged to the entire ground veins. It was impossible for it to stay here forever. Therefore, the amount of energy this small pool could accumulate should have been accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Bada. At this moment, Han Fei saw a drop of ground veins essence flowing down from the altar. Han Fei reached out and stuffed the ground veins essence into his mouth. Although it was used to create ground veins essence, it was extremely nourishing to the soul. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no time to wait here. This was the first place he had encountered since he entered the Monarch Palace, and he had already obtained so much ground veins essence. It was hard to imagine what other treasures there were. After collecting the essence of the ground veins, Han Fei felt that even if he expanded his origin sea by 100,000 kilometers, the ground veins essence would be enough. Therefore, Han Fei didn't feel the insect-tied forest was very dangerous anymore. After all, it wasn't beyond his ability. He could still get through the black vortex entrance. Han Fei stepped onto a step in one go and found that nothing was wrong. Han Fei still waited for a while every floor he passed and didn't rush forward. Because of Han Xian's warning, Han Fei didn't encounter any trouble even when he reached the last floor. In the end, he directly reached the top of the altar. Han Fei was relieved. It seemed that not all altars were mysterious. When Han Fei reached the last floor and looked at the bronze mirror, the bronze mirror suddenly faded, and the surrounding world changed as if it were a dream space. The insect-tied forest disappeared, and then Han Fei's eyes lit up. Above his head was a flawless mirror, and under his feet was also a flawless mirror. Around him, mirrors appeared one after another, and in the mirrors, he appeared one after another. Clank. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. He should have guessed it. How could there Be an ordinary altar in the monarch palace? He hadn't even taken a good look at the bronze mirror before he appeared in this world full of mirrors. F***ck. Han Fei appeared in the mirror, surprised. Because there were mirrors everywhere, Han Fei saw himself no matter from which angle he looked. Gulp dash. Was. Han Fei swallowed. As far as he could see, he was swallowing in all the mirrors. He even felt that the person in the mirror seemed to be standing outside. Hey! Hey, 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 hey! Han Fei just shouted, but this hey came from all the mirrors in all directions. Hiss dash. Han Fei's eyes widened. What the hell is this? Why can those Han Fei's in these mirrors shout too? Han Fei told himself that there must be a secret about this place. Since there must be an answer or something he needed to find here, he had to try to break this space. Han Fei waved his hand and slashed at one of the mirrors, trying to destroy the mirror and see what was wrong with this world. However, when Han Fei casually slashed out, he felt a headache because he saw countless knife lights attacking him from the mirrors. Son of a b***tch. Han Fei didn't dare to be negligent. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he immediately punched out to block the knife lights. In an instant, fist shadows filled the sky and blasted saber beams in all directions. But what happened next made Han Fei break into a cold sweat. The fist shadows filled the sky and blasted out in the mirrors too. For a moment, all he could see was saber beams and fist shadows. F***ck. Han Fei's current strength was no longer weak. Although he only used 30% of his strength, countless 30% of his strength was superimposed and blasted everywhere. It wouldn't be easy for him to withstand it. At this moment, Han Fei had two choices. One was to resist the knife lights and fist marks that filled the sky, and the other was to reverse time to the moment just now. Han Fei decisively chose to reverse time. After consuming a few wisps of the chaotic chi, Han Fei successfully returned to his original state. Seeing the calm space, he was relieved. His reflections in the mirrors were also relieved. Han Fei couldn't help but curse, "Why are you relieved? I was the one who was beaten. Why are you relieved? I was the one who was beaten. Why are you relieved? I was the one who was beaten, why?" For a moment, the entire space was filled with this voice. Han Fei shut up, thinking to himself, "Fine, I'll just keep quiet." Han Fei suspected that if he wanted to get the bronze mirror, he had to pass this trial. If he couldn't pass this trial, what would the consequences be? However, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Can't I F***king reverse time and go back to just now? This should be a way to pass the trial, right? Han Fei was overjoyed and immediately activated the chaotic chi. Blue light circulated on his body, and he tried to reverse time and return to before he fell into this place. However, after consuming 10 wisps of chaotic chi in a row, Han Fei found that he was still in the same place. Hiss. How is it possible? Time reversal can be used just now, so in theory, this place doesn't block the great Tao of time. Why can't I get out? This was the first time Han Fei couldn't reverse time. Han Fei immediately wanted to tear open the void and enter the river of time. However, the void here couldn't be torn open at all. It was as if he was already in the void and the void couldn't be opened again. Damn, I'm trapped. F***ck. I knew that the monarch palace was dangerous, but I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. How long has it been? I've already encountered such a trap. Han Fei's heart sank. The difficulty of the monarch palace far exceeded his imagination. He had thought that it would be difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult from the beginning. It was only the first day he came in. And this was what he encountered? If it were another king, he might have died. However, it was useless to complain here. In this world filled with mirrors, the only thing he could do was not to attack. Once he attacked, he would only beat himself. Fortunately, time could be reversed here. Otherwise, he would have been beaten up by himself just now. Who would believe this? Now, what gave Han Fei the greatest headache was looking at these mirrors. This was because when he looked at any mirror, there was actually not only one him in the mirror, but countless of him. This was because all the scenes reflected by the mirrors were the same. As a result, wherever Han Fei looked, he saw countless mirrors and countless himself. Fortunately, he had the twin divine technique. After confirming that he couldn't run out in a short time, the first thing Han Fei thought of was the twin divine technique. His black mist body was pure black and could even absorb light. Therefore, when Han Fei's black mist body appeared, he looked at the mirror again, only to see nothing inside. Huff! Han Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had many means. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. The white mist body was still standing where he was, not moving at all, mainly because he was too lazy to move. This was because every time he moved, his reflections in the mirrors would move too. This feeling was very strange. Wars. Han Fei left where he was with his black mist body. The first thing he did was not to find the way, but to look in the mirror. Han Fei walked around one of the mirrors and found that it was a four-sided mirror. On the back, left and right of the mirror, there were mirrors, even above and below. Countless mirrors overlapped here. To be honest, even Han Fei, who was already a king, couldn't tell the difference because this mirror didn't have an obvious frame at all. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Since the black mist body couldn't be reflected in the mirror at all, it shouldn't be a problem for it to destroy the mirrors. Right? This time, Han Fei only used less than 10% of his strength, so even if there was still an invisible counter-attacking force, he could easily withstand it with his body. However, when Han Fei slapped the mirror, his face immediately changed. It was as if he had slapped a godly weapon. He couldn't even shake it. Instead, it produced a huge force that shook the void. Although the mirror couldn't be shaken, the crazy attacks from all directions didn't appear. Therefore, this mirror could only refract power, but it couldn't refract anything it couldn't refract. Han Fei grinned. Quite tough, huh? Han Fei went up and struck the mirror with full strength. With the power of his black mist body, Han Fei could exert the strength of at least 200,000 waves. However, the mirror still didn't move at all, but the energy ripples caused a reaction in the void and were reflected. Buzz. Swish. 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 Instantly, countless energy ripples hit him. Han Fei knew that something was wrong and shouted in a low voice, "Twin in one." After his twin bodies fused, Han Fei immediately used the time reversal technique. Otherwise, when all the ripples shook down, he would feel as if he had been hit by the shock wave caused by countless black mist bodies. This was even more terrifying than Han Fei's previous attacks. When the light reversed, Han Fei was relieved again. This time, he didn't intend to attack. He could tell that this place couldn't be broken with strength at all. It seemed that in this space, this mirror was actually in invincible existence. Activating the Twin Divine technique again, Han Fei's black mist body fumbled out. He was trying to find a way out. Because there were mirror images everywhere, it was really difficult to distinguish the route. After searching for a long time, not only did Han Fei not find the way out, but he couldn't even find the way back. Everywhere he looked was empty. He had already collided with the mirror hundreds of times. Fortunately, Han Fei was used to collisions. He turned his black mist body into a black mist and walked around the mirror. Finally, on the second day, Han Fei failed to find his white mist body. However, it didn't matter. Now that the two were closely connected, he just needed to know that his white mist body was still there. If it didn't work out, when he fused his twin bodies, they would still be together, so Han Fei wasn't very nervous. Han Fei was sure that a day had passed, so he immediately took out the vast ocean navigator and asked it to find a way out for him. However, the vast ocean navigator began to spin crazily, but the needle was circling around as if it had failed. Han Fei thought to himself, so, the way out is actually in the mirror? Han Fei was sure that the vast ocean navigator wouldn't be affected by the mirror no matter what, so its movement meant that it knew how to get out, and the way was in the mirror. Han Fei thought to himself, this is nonsense. I can probably guess that I've fallen into the world of the bronze mirror. If I want to get out, I can only go out of the mirror. But the problem is, how can I get out of the mirror? Therefore, Han Fei recited silently, point to the treasure or secret place. Here. However, just like before, the vast ocean navigator was still spinning randomly. Huh. The old turtle said, well, why do I have a feeling? Are you sure that you are your original body? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He couldn't help but ask. What do you mean? The old turtle said, there are countless mirrors here. The you in the mirrors can attack you physically. Then, is the you in the mirror real or fake? Han Fei's eyes widened. The old turtle's idea was too terrifying. If what the old turtle said was true, it was hard to say if he was himself. But Han Fei thought for a moment. If he could fight his white mist body instead of in the mirror, did it mean that he was real? As he was thinking, the vast ocean navigator began to spin again. Hey, hey! I didn't ask you to spin. Han Fei made a mistake by accident just now. He didn't know where he had gone. Although he wasn't far away from the white mist body. Under the refraction of so many mirrors, it was probably difficult for him to find the white mist body in a few seconds. Besides, he could just let the vast ocean navigator point at the real him. Unfortunately, the 3 chances he had today had been used up in this short period of time. Han Fei had no choice but to go back. The third day. As soon as Han Fei could use the vast ocean navigator, he took it out. He thought to himself, if the him in the mirror is real, is their vast ocean navigator also real? Han Fei asked, where is my original body? But this time, something that made Han Fei's blood run cold happened. The vast ocean navigator continued to spin randomly, pointing to everywhere, as if his real body was everywhere. Son of AB *TCH. Han Fei couldn't help but curse. Is the vast ocean navigator broken? What the f***ck is going on? If the me in the mirror is all my original body, what am I? But Han Fei didn't panic but asked, where's my only original body? However, the result was the same. It seemed that what appeared here was all his only true body. Suddenly, Han Fei activated the twin divine technique. Again. Han Fei asked where his black mist body was, but the vast ocean navigator was still spinning randomly. Even Han Fei began to doubt if he was real. This space made him doubt himself. Clash. Han Fei sat on the ground and leaned against the mirror. The black mist body and the white mist body faced each other. The black mist body looked at the white mist body and was speechless. If he did this to his enemy, it would definitely be terrifying because the enemy might not even know where his original body was. The white mist body and the black mist body both looked at themselves in the mirror aimlessly. Huh. But suddenly, the black mist body and the white mist body exclaimed almost at the same time. At that moment, Han Fei couldn't help but think of his green jade bridge. He remembered how he stood on the top of the bridge and looked at the bottom of the bridge, where there was another him looking at him. For some reason, this feeling suddenly appeared just now. Is this mirror space related to a Tao? When Han Fei saw so many of himself looking at him, he inexplicably thought of the scene when he looked at himself across the green jade bridge. At that moment, Han Fei was even stunned. Twin in one. Han Fei stopped using the twin divine technique. He suddenly felt that the vast ocean navigator letting him in from this entrance meant that this was the most suitable place for him. Why? Just now, he felt that this world was very suitable for his great Tao. However, what was his great Tao? It was a completely unknown great Tao that even he hadn't figured out yet. As if thinking of something, Han Fei closed his eyes and cultivated quietly. Another day passed. One day later, Han Fei asked the first question. Is there anyone else in this space except me? This time, the vast ocean navigator didn't move, which meant that there was no one else here, and the vast ocean navigator didn't lose control. Han Fei immediately asked the second question. Is there any inhuman power watching me in this space? The vast ocean navigator didn't move, which meant that this mirror space was completely a sealed trap-like space. After the second question, with a thought from Han Fei, a green jade bridge appeared in front of him. Of course, in the mirror, there were also countless green jade stone bridges. However, Han Fei ignored them and climbed to the top of the bridge in one breath. When Han Fei stepped on the top of the bridge, he couldn't see the outside world anymore. In the mirrors, Han Fei's figure disappeared, and there was only a green jade stone bridge left in the mirror space. Han Fei stood on the bridge and looked at the figure under the bridge. Han Fei had tried this no less than 1,000 times, but he still couldn't figure out what this great Tao was. But this time, Han Fei murmured, fake is real and real is fake. I'm real, so are you? So, there's actually no current me or future me. These are actually all me. Han Fei was curious. Behind the figure under the bridge was a hazy mist. He had always obtained the power of the great Tao when he walked under the bridge. If he wanted to go further, he couldn't. However, Han Fei suddenly had some strange thoughts today. He suddenly turned his head and lay on his stomach on the bridge, looking under the bridge instead of down the steps. Before, the entire bridge was covered in white mist, and the green jade bridge hadn't revealed its true appearance yet. When The entire green jade bridge appeared. Han Fei thought that he saw the entire green jade bridge, but did he really see it? The existence of the mirror space made Han Fei realize that what he thought was real might not be real. Perhaps the him in the mirror also thought he was real. Just like you in the mirror is reversed. Do you have to use a mirror to produce such an image? Sure enough, when Han Fei looked under the green jade bridge, he saw a reflection under the bridge, as if the bridge was supposed to be in the water. Under the water, there was also a green jade bridge, and the two bridges looked like a circle. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he was really alone on the green jade bridge, because there was also him in the reflection under the bridge. Han Fei immediately looked back at where he came from. This was something he had never thought of before, because he came up from below. However, when he looked in the direction he came from, he found himself standing under the bridge. F***ck. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Sure enough, this mirror space gave him inspiration, making him realize that he thought he was his original body in this great Tao, but in fact, perhaps in the eyes of the other him, he was the blurry figure standing here, without moving. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. How to break it? How to break it? Han Fei's forehead was covered in sweat. He had never seen such a weird great Tao. It was as if the green jade bridge was spinning. When he was walking up the bridge, his reflection was actually walking down the bridge. If he looked at it the opposite way, would he be walking down the green jade bridge or up the stairs? If he was going down the steps, why did he have to withstand such tremendous pressure? If he was going up the steps, was he real or fake? Wouldn't it become that he thought he was going up the steps, but he was actually going down the steps? Therefore, Han Fei finally analyzed an extremely terrifying fact. He might have always been a reflection in the great Tao. This horrified Han Fei. If he had always been a reflection, why did he feel that he was his original body? No, no. Han Fei shook his head quickly. I am me, and I am my original body. There is no such thing as a reflection or not. Because even if I am a reflection, the other self on the opposite side will be under pressure when going up the steps, so he won't think he is a reflection? Han Fei took a deep breath. What if he thought in a different way? 4. Example, because of his yin-yang great Tao, he actually had two bodies, one yin and one yang. Then when he went down the steps, it was actually two of him walking towards the same destination. It was like the combination of yin and yang, the fusion of his twin bodies, and his strength naturally doubled. Therefore, could it be the reason why his strength increased by 3 times after he went down the steps? With this in mind, Han Fei suddenly felt that the bridge began to tremble slightly, and Han Fei felt that his yin-yang great Tao was collapsing. What's going on? Han Fei hurried down the steps, because he was worried that something would happen to his yin-yang great Tao. He didn't notice that he felt much easier when he was going down the steps this time. When Han Fei went down 7 steps, he immediately switched to the yin-yang great Tao among the 3 great Taos. However, at this moment, the yin-yang great Tao began to dissipate in Han Fei's eyes. However, it didn't disappear. The yin-yang great Tao turned into a black and a white mist. One entered the green jade bridge, and the other entered the projection of the green jade bridge. Buzz. Han Fei was suddenly repelled by the green jade bridge. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing in this mirror space. Although Han Fei really wanted to continue to see the subsequent changes on the Green Jade Bridge, something that made Han Fei extremely excited happened. He had just activated his Great Tao, and he felt that his strength had tripled. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Han Fei was so excited that his breathing became rapid, which made Han Fei grin. His comprehension of the Great Tao had deepened, and when he activated it, the effect returned to 3 times. How could Han Fei not be excited? Originally, although his strength had been soaring, when his strength was 200,000 waves, he could barely unleash 500,000 waves of strength. When his strength reached 250,000 waves, the power that erupted from his Great Tao was only slightly more than 500,000. When his strength reached 290,000 waves and approached 300,000 waves, the power of his Great Tao didn't increase. It was still slightly more than 500,000 waves and even showed signs of weakening. Han Fei even thought that as he became stronger and stronger, the effect of his Great Tao would decrease. Now it seemed that it was actually not the case. In the end, it was just that he didn't understand his own Great Tao. When he activated his Great Tao, his strength would increase by 3 times and be close to 900,000 waves. How terrifying was that? Han Fei felt that in the raging sea, he was already invincible in the sea establishment realm. Who said that strength couldn't be used as a standard to measure combat power? Now, his strength was several times stronger than the top 10 of the raging sea. Why couldn't he crush them? Of course, Han Fei wasn't happy for long. When he wanted to summon the Green Jade Bridge again, he found that he couldn't summon it. Although it shook, it didn't appear. Han Fei suspected that it was related to the disappearance of the Yin-Yang Great Tao. However, Han Fei couldn't help but wonder if the Yin-Yang Great Tao had collapsed or fused into the Green Jade Bridge. Unfortunately, he could only study this later. Now, when Han Fei looked at the countless him in the mirror space, he had an idea. Just like when he was on the Green Jade Bridge, he could fuse with the reflections. Then, how could he make the thousands of him in the mirrors walk towards him? Han Fei activated the Twin Divine technique and turned into a black and white mist. The purest primitive form of the Twin Divine technique was the current mist form. Although the black mist body couldn't be projected, the white mist body could. The white mist body stuck to a square mirror and completely sealed the mirror. The mirror extended infinitely and immediately turned the entire mirror space into a white mist. Buzz. Han Fei's heart trembled and he suddenly opened his eyes. He was already standing on the altar. Huff. At this moment, Han Fei was covered in cold sweat. This test was too weird. To pass it, he had to rely on comprehension. His comprehension was actually indirectly guided by the vast ocean navigator. Otherwise, who could have thought of this? If there was no Yin-Yang Great Tao, no Green Jade Bridge, and no Twin Divine technique, how could he get out of that damn place? While Han Fei was glad, he was also vigilant. This monarch palace was too difficult to break through. Fortunately, he was out now. Han Fei immediately looked at the bronze mirror. When Han Fei looked at the bronze mirror, he seemed to feel that he had missed something, but he didn't care. Instead, he walked to the center of the altar excitedly. When Han Fei approached the bronze mirror, information popped up in his eyes. Name Mirror of Infinity, Replica. Introduction: This mirror is a copy of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Mirror. It can reflect the enemy and automatically absorb him into the Mirror of Infinity to trap the enemy. The way to destroy the mirror of infinity is either to have power beyond this mirror, or to find a way to break it. The mirror of infinity is only effective on people of the same realm, and it can only trap one person at a time. If trapped for a long time, one will be turned into a mirror 3 years later. Quality: low quality godly weapon. Attached soul: none. Effect: infinite confinement mirror. Recastable. Unrefined. Remarks: because it's a replica, its function is very simple. Hiss. Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath. A low-quality godly weapon? A replica? If this was a replica, how strong was the real one? Han Fei's heart trembled. Good and bad things came together. Although the function of the mirror of infinity was indeed simple, just this single function was terrifying. What would ordinary people do if they were trapped in the mirror? They would probably try to break the mirror immediately. Han Fei couldn't help imagining that scene. If one dared to attack with his full strength, he would only be beaten to death. As for finding a way to break the mirror, he didn't figure it out until he comprehended a lot. Han Fei felt that he was already very smart. If others were inside, they might have been killed by themselves. Therefore, regardless of whether the mirror of infinity was a replica or not, it was so powerful that it could even trap the time technique. Han Fei was already prepared, but his heart did a flip. No matter what, this mirror had to recognize him as its master. If his blood and chi weren't enough, he had plenty of opportunities to increase his blood and chi. Therefore, Han Fei pressed the mirror of infinity with one hand, and the essence blood in his body flowed out. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the essence blood didn't flow out very quickly. After only losing 60% of it, Han Fei found that this low-quality godly weapon was subdued by him without any resistance. Buzz. As the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was activated, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and put away the mirror of infinity. Thousands of spiritual fruits appeared around him, shattered one after another, and were absorbed by Han Fei in a few mouthfuls, producing pure essence blood. At this point, Han Fei felt that he had passed the insect-tide forest. The reason why the vast ocean navigator pointed here was probably that Han Fei would obtain the most benefits here, so it chose this path. However, Han Fei didn't think this road could be called a dead end, although it was very dangerous indeed. If it was so difficult for him, how could it be easy for others? Han Fei couldn't imagine what would happen if he was trapped in the mirror for 3 years. To turn into a mirror? Han Fei thought of the mirrors he saw in the mirror of infinity. He hoped that it wasn't what he thought. If they were all humans, it would be too creepy. After a while, when Han Fei finished replenishing his chi and blood, he was not in a hurry to continue exploring the monarch palace. Firstly, he had just experienced so much, so he had to take some time to digest what he had got. Secondly, he still had some questions about the Green Jade Bridge. He wanted to wait 2 days to see if the Green Jade Bridge had stabilized and if he could enter it again. And today, he still had a chance to use the vast ocean navigator. Han Fei asked, "Is there any opportunity here suitable for me?" However, the vast ocean navigator didn't move, and Han Fei didn't care. This was because he had already obtained a lot of opportunities. With more than a million caddies of ground veins essence and the mirror of infinity, this trip to the monarch palace was worth it. 3 days later, he still couldn't summon the Green Jade Bridge, but Han Fei tried to use the power of the Yin Yang Great Tao. This power could be used normally. In that case, Han Fei didn't wait anymore. After all, the danger here was no longer a danger to him. The violent insect tide had changed into a forest. Again. Those insects disguised themselves as flowers and trees. Again. Since there was no opportunity that belonged to him, Han Fei didn't explore it anymore. Should he find poison to eat? As for how to leave, it was simple. The existence of the altar seemed to be for teleportation. After Han Fei took the mirror of infinity, array lines appeared on the ground of the altar. Although it was not the teleportation array he usually used, Han Fei could still distinguish the construction of the teleportation array. However, some parts of the teleportation seemed to be more like specific coordinates and places. Therefore, Han Fei guessed that this was a directional teleportation array, and the place it teleported to shouldn't be simple. Because to teleport there, more complicated array patterns needed to be engraved. Since he was already here, he had to enter the teleportation array. Otherwise, he would have to sit on the altar for 3 years. Of course, this was impossible. Therefore, Han Fei lit up the teleportation array with spiritual energy. Without hesitation. As soon as the teleportation array lit up, a void entrance under the altar was opened, and Han Fei's figure immediately disappeared. When Han Fei's surroundings just lit up, he felt that his surroundings were golden and dazzling, and the gorgeous light almost blinded his eyes. When Han Fei took a closer look, he saw that this was really a real palace, a glittering hall. In the hall, the entire dome was inlaid with gold and jade, all kinds of jade essence, pearls, and demonic cores, and the surrounding walls and pillars were also filled with rare iron and black crystals, gold and jade, and sparkling powder. Han Fei was standing at the entrance of the hall. Behind him was a golden door, and in front of him was a big ship more than 80 meters long, whose boards were made of treasures. On this entire ship, even the lowest level treasure was the life pearl of a venerable level sea demon. Outside the ship, there were golden corpses and their various spiritual beast statues. However, whether it was a human or a spiritual beast, they were all golden in color, but they were all just sculptures. And they looked so exquisite. The reason why they were exquisite was that even if you covered a mummy with gold and all kinds of jewelry, you would still think that the mummy was quite exquisite. Anyway, to summarize it in one word, this palace was magnificent and dazzling. Any object in it was shining and priceless. Of course, he still couldn't use his perception, but Han Fei heard someone shout, "Who is it?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Someone was here? It seemed that he had met someone. Anyway, Han Fei wasn't afraid that they were emperors. If they were his enemies, he would just kill them all. However, when Han Fei passed the big ship, he saw 3 people in the distance. One of them was Qiu Yueming from the glazed glass world. Although he hadn't fought her before, they had met a few times. When Qiu Yueming saw Han Fei, she was also shocked. Han Fei was here too. Han Fei looked at the other 2. In fact, he knew them. Ice Snow Chuling had introduced them to him when he went to the land of King Death. A woman holding a flute was the master of the Sanskrit music world, Liang Yin. And the thin but energetic man was the master of the spirit refining world, Su Lian. The 3 of them were obviously not hostile at this moment, which showed that they got along well and had no intention of fighting. However, when Liang Yin and Su Lian saw Han Fei, they were both shocked and immediately became vigilant. Would this ferocious person attack them? Although they hadn't experienced Han Fei's strength, it didn't mean they didn't know it. This was a guy who had snatched the Yin-Yang world and the Waterwood world from Bei Luochen. This was a terrifying person who dared to rob the Supreme Clearness world and successfully force He Dao Yuan back. And this was a peerless genius who could dominate the sea establishment realm in the raging sea in just a few decades. However, in their hearts, Han Fei was ruthless and direct and never hesitated to fight. Looking at the Five Elements world, the Medicine King world, and the Dream Weaving world, which of them hadn't been messed up by Han Fei? After seeing them, Han Fei looked at a throne not far behind them. On the throne, there was a jade-like skeleton. The skeleton was wearing gold, silver, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. It wore a 6-colored flower ring on its head and a gorgeous robe that seemed to be woven by some kind of golden thread, looking like an emperor. In front of the throne, there was a bronze platform on which there were some rare treasures, sea-quelling bizarre treasures, exotic gems, ultra-quality spiritual fruits, and strange talismans. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, is this the so-called monarch? Han Fei came to the three of them in a step, and Su Lian and Liang Yin both assumed defensive postures. Xiao Yueming, don't come close. Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at Xiao Yueming, nodding slightly. Did you come here directly? After that, Han Fei looked at Su Lian and Liang Yin and smiled faintly. Don't worry. As long as you are not the enemies of the Yin-Yang world, I won't attack you. I'm not as bloodthirsty as the rumors say. Su Lian cupped his hands. Greetings, master of the Yin-Yang world. Liang Yin said, greetings, fellow Daoist Han Fei. Before I came here, I had already experienced 3 dangerous places. This is the 4th. Su Lian said, this is the 2nd place I've been since I came in. Xiao Yueming said, I came to this place after experiencing 3 dangerous places. Here, you will hear a voice asking for a rare treasure. Unless the treasure satisfies this person's needs, he won't let you go.